I never see the lights out. They got me overdrive. Fancy on a fast car. This is how you make me feel. Don't stress me now. I got the other doors. I'm feeling it in my bones. And if you say that I'm lying to you, you say it's for killing me. I wish I could fall asleep. The problem is you.
I know it would be goodbye, my love. When did the close of forever come, my love? All I recall was a stare that was vacant and cold. Where did the spark go, the warmth that once stole my soul?
who this. I'ma pull up in a brand new whip. You gon' try me, that's real stupid. Go all out, it's all I do, babe. New phone, who this? I'ma pull up in a brand new whip. You gon' try me, that's real stupid. Go all out, it's all I do, babe. Who this? New phone, who this? I'ma pull up in a brand new whip. You gon' try me, that's real stupid. Go all out, it's all I do, babe. New phone, who this? I'ma pull up in a brand new whip. You gon' try me, that's real stupid. Go all out, it's all I do, babe. Pull up in a brand new whip. You gon' all out, it's all I do, babe. Pull up in a brand new whip. You gon' new phone, who this? Somebody get me. 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 Pull up in a brand new whip. You gon' all out, it's all I do, babe. Pull up in a brand new whip. You gon' new phone, who this?
And with that, welcome back to the Comic-Con Baltics Trackmania tournament for 2025, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Thomas Mengos, aka G-Geek, and wait, I'm not in my usual place. Who's that guy?
Yeah, I've
he?
kicked you out of your seat. I've kicked you out of your seat. I've taken it. I've taken control of the spectating as well. I apologize, Geek. It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to this. We're heading down into the lower bracket of our first group of the day. And yeah, we're fighting for qualification to the playoffs at this point as well. Qualification to day 3 of the event. Who has to sit on the sidelines and just watch?
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see who will be able to continue their day a little bit, continue the tournament into day 3, of course, on Sunday, and who will have the pleasure of sitting in the grandstands wall. Grandstands, or sitting on the floor in one of the bean bags, or like fat boys, that as we call them here in France, to really kind of sit back and enjoy the rest of the playoffs, as we are about to get underway in a few minutes' time with our match for today, which is going to be Britney Spears, which was already seen in round number 1, winning 3-0 against Serendipity, and they will be taking the fight to the German team of Ahnungslos, which means clueless in German, with Pecunia Adist and Mutex, which will be their players.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Fun fact about both of these teams, G-Geek. Both teams feature a 12-year age gap between their players.
Oh, really?
Exactly a 12-year age gap between the members of both of these teams.
Interesting. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah. Hey, it's great to have the stats on the screen. I didn't have to look any of that up myself. It's wonderful. I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out. Obviously, we've started the day off with 2 sweeps, and I think the second one may be a little bit more unexpected than the first.
Yeah, I'm thinking this one will be a little bit more contested. Well, maybe not more contested because, well, unfortunately for Ahnungslos, they had to face the wrath of Blah in their first match. When you face against Elcon and Leicester, no matter your skill level, it's always going to be lights out whenever Elcon is on fire and whenever Leicester is also looking to be pretty sharp. And yeah, as Leicester said, he was feeling pretty confident, and that confidence really showed. And yeah, after that, they had a little bit of a bounce back versus Quantum and Zbiv with a 3-0 loss against. Let's hope it's not last place. It is what it is, but I guess it is what it is for this team because they are in last place of Group A anyway in that particular sense. And yeah, it will be interesting to see if they are able to kind of put some unexpected twists coming in to these rounds and maybe rob a few points away and maybe make the fight for map points maybe a bit closer than expected on some occasions.
Yeah, it should be exciting. I mean, speaking then as well towards the pick bans, because I mean it's going to become relevant in this as well. We've seen a decent mix, I think, of maps so far across the day too.
Yep.
Snack Attack definitely though seems to be popping up more than some of the other maps.
That's true, and I'm still waiting for the Trakai pick, at least on the matches that are featured on the stream, because for now we haven't seen Spec and Azek's map just yet wreak some havoc. Well, I say the map itself, it's more the third sector that I'm expecting to deal plenty of damage. I'm pretty sure it has dealt some damage already, but we just weren't there to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, I mean, before the tournament, I believe you went out of your way and helped get answers from a lot of the players on things like what their favorite maps were in the map pack. And again, interesting in this match, alongside our fun fact about the fact that both teams feature a 12-year age gap, is the fact that all 4 players have a different favorite map, which is a little bit unusual. I mean, there's a lot of players picking either LOM or Snack Attack as their favorite map. This time around, I mean, sure, we've got LOM, we've got Snack Attack, but then over for Britney Spears, it's Cosplay and Huma as favorite maps for Ieva and Marchielli.
Yeah, so I guess with that in mind, I'm thinking we might not even see Trakai actually being played, because I'm suspecting with the pick with the way picks go, I'm suspecting Trakai is going to be left by the wayside for the entirety of the pick phase, and it's going to be a matter of these 4 maps really kind of switched around when it comes to the map order that we're going to be seeing picked out in a few seconds.
Yeah, absolutely, and we will be getting into that pick. Well, I say pick ban; it is just a pick phase. This is a best of 5, and so of course we will just be moving through to see which order we play the 5 maps in. It'll be Britney Steers to take the first pick on this one. What are they looking at? What is the pick for them? Again, their maps, Cosplay and Huma, their favorite maps, which is unusual, I think. Those are very rare across the board for most other teams.
That's true. And we're going to be starting off with Cosplay. Okay, I'm just going to quickly note that down. Okay.
Straight into Lame after that for Anung Sloss then. I mean, their 2 favorite maps, Lame and then Snack Attack. Number 2, definitely a possibility.
Actually, a bit of a counter pick. Huma, okay.
Definitely interesting here. So as we said, I mean, Huma is a map that we have seen plenty of as well. Definitely a lot of these teams willing to play that one both ways, but it could be a case of Anung Sloss not necessarily wanting to play at map 4 or 5 as a decider as well.
Makes sense. It does make sense. Okay. So I was maybe a little bit presumptuous, but Trakai will be selected as map number 4. Now it's going to be a case of whether or not Anung Sloss will be able to actually pick one of the maps away from Team Britney Steers to actually warrant us seeing Trakai in the first place, and then of course that leaves out the last map to be played, which will be Snack Attack. In that sense, Snack Attack now kind of reverting back to the place that we've seen it be popped up in open qualifying, which was most likely a decider map whenever we actually get to game number 5, as we are quite a ways away from that. We're about to start game number 1 here between Ieva Marchielli and Mutex Pecunia. Anung Sloss versus Britney Steers, and we're starting off with Nixoticus Cosplay.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how this match does play out. As you say, a long way to go before potential map 5, and it'd be nice not to see sweeps all the way through Group B here as we start off the day, but that does mean one of the teams managing to snipe away a map from the other one. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be tough. There is qualification to day 3 of Comic-Con Baltics on the line as well, and they are looking to make sure that they can get there. Fingers crossed, and potentially even the chance to play on stage as well. The semi-finals onwards for Comic-Con Baltics 2025 will be played on the main gaming stage here in Hall 2 of Comic-Con Baltics.
In Hall 2 of Comic-Con Baltics. Hall 2 of the Lit Expo Convention Center in Vilnius, of course. But beyond Trackmania, there's a lot of stuff to check out in that particular hall of the Baltic Gaming Expo, not only in terms of the other tournaments that are ongoing, but also some of the more casual stuff that you can do around. Like, for instance, I've seen, I was talking about some of the retro stuff, like a couple of CRTs with some old school game consoles in there. Also, there is a stand where you can actually play some old school Quick 3 free-for-all. I've been trying to do that, although there was a bit of jitter on the server that we were on, which was a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. And also, what is going on is round number 1 from map number 1 is underway right here, right now, following along with Ieva for the start.
Yeah, absolutely. We are on board with Ieva to start, but with Britney Steers getting out to an early lead, let's jump on board with the cars of Anung Sloss. I did see CoPro in Twitch chat asking which team is looking best, and I know it's not the question that he wanted answered, but when we look at these pictures for Team Britney Steers, I mean, god damn, are they looking good in these photos?
They're looking good. Special mention to the photo from Marchielli, and that photo is just okay's business, but in real life. That's basically the way that we were describing this with Kiri, as we're going through sectors 2 and 3, following the perspective of Pecunia from Team Anung Sloss, who went a little bit, unfortunately, sideways, so he slid off into the wall in the underwater part, thus conceding a little bit more time to the duo of Yeva and Marchielli, as we do get another contact with the wall on the inside from Pecunia. His teammate Mutex is completely out of the running as well, 2 seconds down. Marchielli and Yeva. Marchielli is slowing down a little bit on the uphill, so it will be a tandem finish for Team Britney Steers, but Marchielli retaining the lead with a 58.960 to his account.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it's a little bit worrying when you see Anung Sloss kind of a second behind on that round, and it still is a PB on the day for Pecunia as well on the map. Britney Steers definitely looked to have a little bit left in the tank as well. They are looking quick, they're looking good, and that's the round one they'd want. Although Marchielli looking a little bit wide on that corner. Has survived though, and has retaken the lead. Yeva slows down just a little bit, but at least all 4 cars alongside each other at the moment. Britney Steers looking for a back-to-back ace here. It's Marchielli who's made the mistake, dropping away from the rest of the pack, and so it is then Mutex following Pecunia, following behind Yeva as well, as they do race around these second half of the track.
Currently, right now, it's looking like the gaps are starting to widen a fair bit after Pecunia went a bit too far on the inside and thus exited a lot sideways and lost a lot of momentum trying to get back the right way, as Mutex is trying to fend off a potential comeback from Marchielli. And Marchielli has had troubles of his own because he was forced to respawn, as you can see on the top right of your screen. And now Yeva falling under third from Pecunia. This could be very interesting. At least Pecunia trying to bring the heat a little bit later on, but Yeva is able to keep it on the road, and she will be able to take first place with a 59.466, 3/10 ahead of Pecunia, who sets himself a new PB for this particular weekend. Mutex in third and Marchielli in fourth. Thus it will be the draw, allowing Britney Steers to still retain a 3-point lead.
Yeah, much better round from Anningslos though, and good pace from Pecunia. The 59.6, 59.7 that turned out to be on that round is at least much more competitive, kind of on par with the times that we were worried about from Britney Spears in round one. So Anningslos find themselves 3 points down. It might be further after this round, as that's a very unfortunate moment there for Mutex, but Pecunia still up behind the 2 players from Britney Steers and trying to keep alongside them. In fact, Yeva dropping behind a little bit on this corner, looking to regain, has to straighten out very early. That's not a lot of speed off the exit.
Yeah, it's unfortunately for Yeva, she might have had a little bit of a touch before attacking that wet dirt parts, and that has continued to compound over the course of the rest of Sector 2. Currently, she finds herself 1.2 seconds down compared to the leader, which is actually Pecunia, making a good job for Team Anungslos, upholding the individual honor of the German duo. In the meantime, Marchielli is not really finding any answers, much like Peugeot, who his livery is currently based on, is not really finding any answers to pace in the World Endurance Championship, although Pecunia was looking a little bit close to the wall on the exit of that corner before checkpoints number 10 or 11. I can't really keep count of the checkpoints at this point. Anyway, Pecunia will take the round win individually, and with top and tail of the leaderboard for Anungslos, it will be the draw once again, and Britney Spears continue their slow march towards their first map points.
Yep, looking good. I mean, again, I think not throwing away points there, but they definitely have had chances to kind of put Anungslos further out of it, put them to bed maybe on map 1, and they have not taken advantage of it. Some of that is just credit to Anungslos, Pecunia in particular on that round, driving a really clean round and looking very, very good with it. Went very wide on that early corner and has now dropped just a little ways behind, but it's Yeva who makes the first big mistake, and so both players of Anungslos are through and free to try and chase down Marchielli. That
was a very unfortunate pinballing action from Yeva, unfortunately, trying to go a little bit too tight on the left-hand side and thus getting bonked on the left front, and then the right front getting meet up with the wall alongside it, as we did see Pecunia, unfortunately, also having a little bit of a bump on the inside of the dirt, I think it was, thus kind of tanking all of his momentum, dropping him down to third. Mutex will be promoted de facto up into second place, whilst Marchielli will be able to kind of control the race from the front, about 0.8 to 0.9 of a second ahead of Mutex at the moment as we go through the last dip in the water. Also be careful not to pitch the car into the turn too aggressively, otherwise you're going to be sliding out, as we've seen in the open qualifier. And once again, Marchielli just completely controlling the race from the front, very composed, and Yeva taking advantage of a late mistake from Pecunia, making it a victory for Team Britney Steers. And Pecunia full stops at the finish gate on the lower part. He will be able to reach the finish line on the safely with 2 seconds to spare, but 7-3 will mean track point number 1 for Britney Steers.
So, I mean, it was an ace for Britney Steers. It was 2 draws in a row, and that is a very unfortunate time to make a mistake for Pecunia as well, turning that round from a draw into the round win for Britney Steers, and that is Mutex flying off the top of the water, having to double respawn further down the track. And It's up to Pecunia now. You gotta deny the second ace on the track from Britney Steers. That's it, lights out. Map is done, and it is, well, it's not looking great right now. Yeva is in front of Marchielli, but it is hand in hand for Britney Steers as they are completely safe. They just need to get the track done, and it will be map 1 cosplay in the books for Britney Steers.
That was a very unfortunate slide out from Pecunia, and now the outlook is looking very, very grim indeed for Anungslost against Britney Steers. Britney Steers' outcome are looking as shiny as a sunny day, which is something we don't unfortunately have here over in Vilnius. It's pretty rainy, but it gives us a good amount of action to watch from indoors this Trackmania tournament, as Yeva will be taking to the finish line in first place with a brand new PB for this weekend of 58.618, 3/10 ahead of her teammate Marchielli, and thus it will be a 10-3 scoreline for this opening map, which goes the way of Britney Steers. 1-0 for Marchielli and Yeva.
Yeah, I mean, solid time from Yeva in that round, based on what we've seen this weekend. Of course, the world record that you are seeing in the top left of your screen.
Those are the weekend records.
The weekend records, exactly, is what we've decided to call them at this point, because it is just events or times that have been driven at the event on LAN here at Comic-Con Baltics, rather than being the overall online records. Online record for cosplay was a 57.3. We'll see if anyone can get closer to that over the course of the weekend. For now, we move forward. We are getting ready to move on to our second map, Lame. And the online record for this one, a 57.7. The current weekend record for this one, well, we'll see what it is in a second once we load on it. It is a 57.7, so not far off on this one. So it will be easy to judge the times being driven in rounds this time around.
And that was one that was done basically just about an hour ago in the previous match between Blah and, of course, Team Wild. And you were able to see that, hopefully, on screen with a 57.735. Letster, who came in with an absolute blinder of a round time and, moves himself within 0.2 of a second of the, well, actual record time from Mime, which is a 0.578. Now, it will be very interesting to see how Yeva and Marchielli stack up in this one, because I don't think we're going to be seeing the likes of a 57.7 in this match, not quite, but I'm expecting 58.0 to, at the very top, 57.9.
Yeah. And of course, this is our first map pick for Anungslost this time around as well. And I mean, hey, no pressure on Mutex specifically, but this is the map that Mutex said fave map for, you know? So, I mean, hey, if there was a time to step up, maybe to carry the team back in, get a map win for them by picking up a few first places, it'd be a good time to do so.
It could be a good time to do so as we go on the this opening round of Kerberos' Laume for map 2 of this Group A match in the lower brackets. We start off now. The whole shot, of course, will be for the top 3, with Pecunia already kind of having a bit of a setback on the way down towards turn number 1, and also Mutex slowing down dramatically over that grass road part, and will be finding himself at the tail end of the field as we go downhill on the double left-hander, and it will be Yeva and Marchielli sprinting away from Anungslos.
Yeah, starting to look good. They've started off well. A little bit of a slowdown on the exit there for Marchielli, and a full crash from Marchielli, and a touch from Pecunia as well. Pecunia's touch, though, really hasn't lost a huge amount of time. Marchielli's has, and so it is Yeva leading by almost a full second from Pecunia, from Mutex, as we head into the back half of the map. Everyone surviving that quarter pipe as well, but position starting to look a little bit locked in on this one, barring any major mistakes at the end.
Yeah, so far it looks like the gaps have stretched out quite significantly due to the trials and tribulations of the various people on the track, but Yeva has not put a foot wrong. She has been absolutely superb throughout that round, and also superb is the move from Marchielli. 2 corners from the end, and unfortunately for Mutex, forced to respawn with that little touch at the very tail end of the track. Yeva will take the first round win individually with a 58.635, and with Marchielli in third, that means it will be a victory after all, and thus Britney Steers do take the lead.
And I will say, I mean, Marchielli was about 0.6 down on both members
That's a big comeback.
Of Anungslost. It's a big comeback, but it's also, they were a second down each on Yeva as well. Both of them lost about another 0.6 over the back half of the map. I think they saw Marchielli crash and oversafed that back half just a little bit.
Yeah, might have gone a little bit too precarious, a little bit too careful, seeing, okay, there's one of the main threats down. Let's try to back down and try to save that one. But yeah, they lost a lot of time, maybe a little bit more than they wagered, as we did see Mutex go a little bit wide, but managed to make it to the corner just fine at the cost of maybe 1/10 to a 10th and a half there or thereabouts.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I kind of said, hey, maybe it's time for Mutex to step up on this map, maybe push for some wins. There is the issue that just because something is your favorite map doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be better at it than everyone else, right?
It can be a very big double-edged sword whenever you come to your favorite map. It's either you're in the group, you're like, oh yeah, I'm so. It's to quote something from an LGR review of Doom. You feel like, I'm so awesome. Look at the size of my nuts. But if it doesn't go your way, then you're like, oh, well, crap. I just wasted this opportunity to really capitalize on that. And Britney Steers are very well capitalizing on the fact that Mutex is not really in the groove right now to bag another ace in the books in this match to go 5-1 on Laume.
Yeah, I would just like to address the allegations in Twitch chat quickly. I am, in fact, wearing a Hawaiian shirt. I have not mistaken the Baltics for the Caribbean here. Chris is quite old, so there's this new thing they've invented. It may not have been around during his childhood. They're called roofs and walls, Chris. And actually, when you're inside them, you don't have to worry about what the outside weather is.
Typical BITM banter. I mean, to be fair, I think this is like the first time when I go to an event where the weather is exactly the same when I depart from home, when I arrive at the airport to go to the receiving country, and at the venue. It hasn't changed. It feels like it's following me through the year. I'm like, why? Last year wasn't like that. We had 25 degrees.
I know. I'm very sad about it. But do you know who else is sad right now?
Mutex.
Yeah, and to be honest,
Picuña as well.
Picuña
a bit sadder than Mutex.
It's kind of just Anningslos as a whole right now. This is another ace on the books for Britney. Hang on 1 second. Marchielli now behind Mutex. It is an overtake. It's not an ace, and I apologize for ever calling it one. Mutex was close enough to take advantage of an end mistake from Marchielli. It's still not a great position for Anningslos. That is their second point of the map. Britney Steers, meanwhile, already moving up to track point 7 for them. They just need one ace to close it out.
They do need only one ace to close it out. Then yeah, that was very unfortunate for Marchielli. Just exited a little bit too wide from that little reset block, so he was basically almost hugging the wall all around the outside of that final corner, which completely compromised his lineup for the risky fin, thus prompting that respawn and allowing Mutex to seize that opportunity to move up into second place and prevent Anungslos from completely bleeding out points left, right, and center. And this time it will be Yeva on the way down to checkpoint number 3-4, as she will be making a very critical mistake that drops her down 2 seconds compared to her teammate, who has a bit of a bug on the inside, kind of like what we saw Stuffs in the previous match, but manages to get away with it and thus keeps the lead.
Yeah, I mean, good recovery from Marchielli, absolutely, in that moment. And as you say, still holding on to the lead. I will say this is a round where it feels like Anningslos need to get at least one car past Marchielli. Probably two, to be honest. With the state that the match is in, with the state this map in particular is in, if Marchielli can at least hold this to a draw, it's looking dangerous for Anningslos overall, and frankly, he's doing better than holding on, extending that lead further out. In fact, here comes Yeva, managing to catch back up, overtaking Mutex towards the end and getting in third place. Once again, the back half just a little bit too safe for Anningslos after an early mistake from an opponent.
Yeah, and also, once again, a bit too far off on the outside on the very last corner, which is once again very much the pain point that caused the same kind of reversal of fortunes for Marchielli at the very tail end of the previous round, as we now are going for the second attendant map point for Team Britney Steers, although the winning condition is a lot better for this one. They just need an individual second place at worst in order to guarantee the point, and Mutex does get a little bit of a back tap, and Picuña also having a bit of a slowdown at the very end of that descent, thus kind of separating, it's kind of like separating the layers in a little bit. It's like water and oil not really mixing together. It's very much that same separation we're seeing here with Marchielli, Yeva, and Mutex Picuña.
Yeah, and I mean, looking up front, you can see it. Well, I was going to say they're wheel to wheel. They're absolutely flying alongside each other at the moment, and Marchielli then touched but got straight into the reactor as well, and so is fine, is still happy in second place, is only, well, I was going to say only just in front of Picuña, but a mistake from Picuña further down the field has dropped them a long way back. It's looking good. It's looking safe, it's looking clean, it's looking an awful lot like a second map win going the way of Britney Steers. They're getting it done quickly here, 2 from 2, and they will close it out with an ace on Laume.
And there we go, scoreline at the end of Laume, 12-3 for Yeva and Marchielli, and this is looking good for the Baltic duo to actually make it into day 3 so far, with 2 maps of a lead versus Anungslos as we head into our third map, which is going to be, look in a few seconds, Huma by Clear Vision. And yeah, we've seen this map also cause a few issues to both Britney Steers and Team Serendipity in the very first match of the day, and I really do hope that Marchielli and Yeva have the kinks ironed out for this second rotation of second pass through that map from Clear Vision.
Well, this is it. I mean, reverse sweep or nothing. Reverse sweep or Anungslos are done with their weekend at this point. They will be out in the group stage. And hey, no shame there. It's been a difficult group stage for sure. There are a lot of very good teams playing in Comic-Con Baltics 2025. But if you want to make it to day 3, if you want to compete potentially on the grand stage in Hall 2 of Comic-Con Baltics 2025 in front of the wonderful crowd that is gathered here this weekend. It's time to start winning some rounds. It's time to start winning some maps for Anungsloss as well. It's all to do. It's on a map that they may try and get through on. It's a map that's caused problems before. We get ready to head on to Huma.
You get ready to head on to Huma, and it's numerous changes of direction and changes of grip levels, which has been catching multiple drivers out ever since the open qualifier, including a moment that made me cough, that almost sent me to the emergency room with Elcon making a clip that was very reminiscent of Slippy Slides on in stage 1 of the World Tour 2023, where I remember I was casting the POV of Sinners, and I saw that clip and Elcon getting yeeted. It was absolutely hysterical back then. We saw the exact same repeat of that at the very end, the last corner on this map from Clear Vision, and yeah, it was laughter that devolved into a very severe coughing fit. I was like, you're killing me, Smalls, and yeah, I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing the same over the course of the weekend. Might be a slight chance, but I'm thinking it's unlikely.
Yeah, feels a little bit unlikely as Mutex will make the first error. Not a huge mistake just yet, but a loss of speed, a loss of gear on the plastic does send him spiraling down to 4th place. Meanwhile, Yeva is in a battle with both cars in red. Yeva just about gets away with that. Lot of speed off the exit there. Honestly, it looked like Yeva was about to drop behind, but that'll be the full crash from Pecunia, forced to respawn further down the track, and Yeva sits in second.
Yeah, and Yeva was cutting it close, not once, but twice. But at the exit, she was getting very close to the wall on that exit from that little plastic slide, but she managed to keep the car in check beautifully, as unfortunately for Pecunia, the respawns continued chaining up as Marchielli, Yeva, and Mutex kind of sent themselves in their own isolated race, with an ace going the way of Team Britney Steers with a 55.471 going the way of Marchielli. Yeva finishing a second down compared to her teammates, and yeah, plenty of gaps that were brought about by maybe some lapses in pace, or maybe just some safing maneuvers from either players, but either way, that is a very, very solid option that Britney Spears has just taken on the map win.
Yeah, and honestly, a pretty solid time as well from Marchielli in that round. 6/10 off the weekend record, and only about 7/10 off the overall world record. Early mistakes, though, for both teams in this round. Yeva and Pecunia have both crashed out a little bit, and Mutex will go for a little bit of an exploration further up the wall there. The unfortunate upshot of all of those mistakes, if you are a fan of Anungsloss, or if you are Anungsloss themselves, is that Anungsloss sit about 2.5 seconds down from anyone in blue. Yeah,
pretty unfortunate pole, a neon hit from Pecunia early on, and then followed by a valiant attempt at a 50-50 grind from Mutex, but unfortunately there were only the two right wheels that clipped at the very edge of the bulb, and Yeva in all of this, despite having a very sluggish start, does manage to pick away both positions and move up to second to guarantee a potential second consecutive ace for Team Britney Steers, with her teammate Marchielli very much in command and setting a new PB for the weekend, a 0.438, 1.2 seconds up on his teammate, and thus it will be 6-0 for Britney Steers on Huma.
Yeah, and Marchielli not just looking quick, especially compared to the lobby here, I mean, looking very consistent. That's 55-4s in a row for Marchielli. Very impressive.
And steadily improving the quality of those 55-4s
yes.
as well. Might be tiny improvements, but it's better to have consistent tiny improvements than just having one big shot of improving by like 3 or 4 tenths and then never replicating again. Unfortunately for Mutex, we completely bunged up that Bob hairpin, and thus we'll be falling down in last place as we go over the humps, as we slide from one direction to the other, for Marchielli continuing to be in the lead and Pecunia continuing to pile on the pressure on Yeva.
Yeah, Pecunia trying to just get something, at least 1 point on the board on Huma. This is the map that Marchielli answered as their favorite map coming into the weekend, and Marchielli is showing that that has resulted in him putting in the time on it. It is big respawns coming through for both cars in red. Yeva is in front of her teammate right now, but Marchielli is there alongside. Does have to release a little bit to avoid the pole. It has compromised this entry into the ice. But one thing I've been very impressed with Marchielli in this match in general is I think his recoveries have been very solid. When the lines look wobbly, when he looks a little bit shaky, he's able to keep the car on track, and he even overtakes his teammate right at the end. A 55-8 this time around, but it's a third ace in a row. And Britney Steers, they're looking great.
They're looking really solid, and they're looking poised to make it to day number 3. Of course, it's not over just yet. They still have to reach the finish line. In order to finish first you have to finish. You know the saying.
Yep.
And yeah, in this case, very much like we saw on map number 1, they just needed individual second place to really completely settle the deal, as Pecunia gets a very unfortunate clip at the very start.
Yeah, I mean, this is it, right? When you have a pack of 3 up front, 2 of them are your team, and you just need one player in the top 2, it feels likely that it'll happen, although Yeva has made a mistake. She's dropped further towards the back of the pack at the moment. Marchielli slowing down a little bit as well. Pecunia is going to slide on through, although it's a good turnaround from Marchielli, managing to get back in front of Pecunia. But a lot of steering from Marchielli on this plastic. It's got him onto the road very quickly there. I thought he was at risk of losing all of his gears, but instead overtaking Mutex as well. Looking great from Marchielli in the back half of this round.
This is looking really, really supreme in terms of that is a great recovery from Marchielli, but that comes undone by clipping the neon on the way down to the final bob of the track. And Yeva tried to snatch second place, and Pecunia goes too wide. Yeva going against Mutex for the lead to the line, and Yeva wins the round individually and guarantees the win. 10-1 on Huma versus Anungslos. 3-0 for Yeva and Marchielli, who are through to day 3 in a pretty bonkers fashion. I thought it was going to be like a very safe recovery drive from Marchielli that was done beautifully right up until it all kicked off in the final sector.
Yeva full scent around those last 2 wood corners. Beautifully taken. Great snipe. Overtaking 2 cars from a tenth or 2 back as well is really, really impressive stuff. So congratulations then to Brittany Steers as they will be moving on, as you say, to day 2. Absolutely fantastic stuff for them. As yeah, I mean, hey, great match. Unfortunately, all sweeps in this group.
All sweeps. It's very much a repeat of what we saw in the Open Qualifier. I was like, Open Qualifiers, maybe some teams are not as well prepared as they would be. Yep. Please let us see actually one map being taken from the opposite team. No, we only had sweeps, and it's a story that repeats itself in groups.
Yeah, it is.
It's also been a repeating in the play-in as well, so yeah.
It's going to get better in the playoffs. You gotta imagine it is going to get better in the playoffs. Absolutely, 100%.
All right. Well, with that out of the way, I think we. We do get a little bit of a nod there. But if you're joining us on the street, first of all, thank you very much for sticking with us on this second day of competition here at the Comic-Con Baltics in Vilnius, Lithuania. And we already have 4 teams determined for the day 3 qualifications. Of course, we have the winners of the winner bracket with Split and Blah, who are automatically through. And of course, we have Team Wild, who have just won their match 3-0, I think, from the results that we've seen. And of course, the match that you've seen here, Brittany Steers winning 3-0 versus Anungslos, and now I think we are ready for the winner's interview, and it will be Import's turn to actually ask the questions to Yeva this time.
Thank you, G-Geek and New Lake, for that awesome cast. I am here with our winner of the final match of Group A, and that is with Yeva here from Brittany Steers. That was a very good match and a very strong win as well. How do you feel after that match?
Pretty good. We were confident heading into the match, so I'm glad that we were able to utilize our pace. I kind of wish that pace would have appeared in the previous match, but I'm glad that we were able to utilize it here, so yeah.
So I was talking with your teammate earlier in the first round, and he said he was very nervous, trying to work through the nerves and everything for that first match. How were your nerves throughout the entirety of the tournament for today?
I mean, I think I handled them. The first match was definitely very shaky. That really needed some adjustment. But after that, I got into a rhythm. Was feeling pretty okay. But yeah, sometimes the pressure did still get to me. So, but overall, pretty good.
I mean, despite those nerves, you guys still did really well today. You are through to tomorrow's playoff bracket on the main stage, so that'll be really nice to be able to play on that stage. So as far as that next day is concerned, what are your thoughts in going into tomorrow?
I think the main thing is to have fun, and I don't know. I think the victories will come if we handle our mental and. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. But priority number 1 is just to have fun. The rest will come.
Good words from Yeva here. We have a question from Nua. Why did you cook so hard with your profile picture on the screen?
Yeah, no. So I sometimes mess around in my room with a camera, and I accidentally got an amazing picture. So I was like, I'm gonna send that one. It's awesome.
I mean, when I saw it too, I was like, dang, that's pretty. It's like all stylish and everything, facing the way. It was pretty good. As far as final freebie question I give to everybody here, Comic-Con Baltics, how have you been enjoying the event so far? Is there anything that you've enjoyed particularly so far?
I haven't been around too much, but yeah, this is not the first time I've been in Comic-Con, but it's a really nice atmosphere here. I'm loving it, to be fair, and I can't wait to explore the Comic-Con a little bit more this year again.
Well, now you have plenty of time to explore because you're done for the rest of the day. You got plenty of time before we close at the end of the day but we have matches still coming up. That is not the end of the day for us. We still have Group B coming up next, but we have a bit of a break. We're going to go into a... Oh, sorry. Before we even go into a break, I'm actually giving it back to people because they want me to stop talking now. So we're going to go ahead and revive New Lake and bring it back to G-Geek.
Thank you very much, important. Superb words from Yeva. As you joined us back, and Nu also joins us back from his micro-sized power nap. How did it feel?
Hell yeah, I'm feeling great. You gotta get the power naps in where you can. It's a long weekend.
You gotta get your power naps in when you can, indeed, because it's a long weekend and it's an action-packed weekend here in Vilnius, Lithuania. As I think we should give a little bit of a rundown of how the bracket looks for Group A after all of the matches are said and done, and they should be showing on your screen in a few moments. And we started off, of course, with Split getting a bye as a result of the groups only being 7 teams, composed of 7 teams. And you saw here on the stream, Britney Steers' win 3-0 versus Team Serendipity. Then Wild winning against Quantum and SB. Let's hope it's not last place, but it is what it is. And then Blah versus Anungslos was a victory for Blah 3-0.
Yeah, Blah versus Anungslos was the 3-0. From there, we moved on in the upper bracket as well, and I mean, it continued to be sweeps across the board as well. Split 3-0 against Britney Steers, and Blah 3-0 against Wild. Both of those teams qualifying through the upper bracket of Group A for the playoffs tomorrow. And from there, G-Geek, it dropped into the lower bracket.
And then we jumped into the lower bracket. Serendipity were the ones to actually get a bye this time around, and Anungslos did win against us, so it's not last place, but it is what it is. But it will be what it is because Anungslos have won 3-0 against Quantum and SB, so 7th place of Group A it is for the Lithuanian duo. And then on the second round of the lower bracket, we had Wild versus Serendipity, and the match that you just seen here, Britney Steers versus Anungslos, both matches having been yielded 3-0 scorelines, 3-0 win for Britney Steers versus Anungslos, and of course, a 3-0 win for Wild versus Serendipity. So Greatis and Cervantes will also be unfortunately left by the wayside along with Pecunia, Mutex, as well as Quantum and Zbiv, and thus will be free to basically roam around the venue and also get a comfortable seat tomorrow to watch the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. So then, just to reiterate, the 4 teams that have made it through to the playoffs at Comic-Con Baltics 2025 through Group A are Split, are Blah, are Wild, and are Britney Steers. All of them waiting and watching for the rest of the day as we get ready for the Group B action as well, where 4 more teams will be chosen to join them.
Yeah, indeed, 4 more teams will be chosen to join them. And looking at the composition of the second group, which we'll get to when we come back from the break, it is looking also pretty stacked, I gotta say. But before that, we do have to take a little bit of a timeout and maybe get a bit more of a lengthier power nap and also get some sustenance as well. But yeah, we'll be back after shortly about an hour of break for Group B to start with the round 1 matches, obviously. Stay with us.
pieces of a broken heart, guess I was chosen. Stitch it back together, better late than never, steady motion. Can't control my fate, but I control all these emotions. I'm not broken, I'm not broken. Already cried my tears enough for an ocean. I've been in the cold rain on my parade. I'm still on my feet, stand tall like a mountain. I am undefeated, made for the game. Gravity can take his arms around my legs and try to pull me. I'll still levitate. The greatest gift I got is being this holy. One thing I learned, pain hurts but don't control me. I'm not broken, I'm not broken. Already cried my tears enough for an ocean. I've been in the cold rain on my parade. I'm still on my feet, stand tall like a mountain. I am undefeated, made for the game. I'm still on my feet, stand tall like a mountain. I am undefeated, made for the game.
eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through? For you, 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 won't you let the light shine through? For you, for you. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through? For you, for you, for you, for you, for you, won't you let the light shine through? For you, for you.
sun we hear it, the sun we bring it, the light we see it, the light we find it, the fight we take it, the fight we break it, the fight we leave it, the fight we make it, the snow we keep it, the snow we feel it, the snow we hold it, the snow we feel it, the sun we hear it, the sun we feel it, the sun we bring it, the sun we share it, the light we see it, the light we need it, the light we find it, the light we dream it, the fight we take it, the fight we break it, the fight we leave it, the fight we make it, the snow we keep it, the snow we feel it, the snow we hold it, the snow we feel it, hear it, feel it, bring it, the sun we share it, see it, need it, find it, the light we dream it, the fight we take it, the fight we break it, the fight we leave it, the fight we make it, the snow we keep it, the snow we feel it, the snow we hold it, the snow we feel it, the sun we hear it, the sun we feel it, the sun we bring it, the sun we share it, the light we see it, the light we need it, the light we find it, the light we dream it, the fight we take it, the fight we break it, the fight we leave it, the fight we make it, the snow we keep it, the snow we feel it, the snow we hold it, the snow we feel it, the sun we hear it, the sun we feel it, the sun we bring it, the sun we share it, the light we see it, the light we need it, the light we find it, the light we dream it.
Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced. No debate, we can take it back to my pace. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes, yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever bounce? Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm?
Never
Stop.
Light it up, represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Just break my heart.
I wish I could tell you that I want you here with me, but you'll never love me like the way we used to be. Too far from Saturn, lost in the patterns. Where's the stars align so we could be free? Palms are sweaty, knees unsteady. I can't see my head on straight. Heart is heavy, wasn't ready. Don't think I can see your face. Now we're just friends. Hold on to that ends. It feels like forever away.
I've seen relics of kingdoms past and crowns of ancient kings. I've heard stories of distant lands, realms I long to reach. Your voice, it beckons me to go to worlds unexplored, to leave behind my home and wander.
tight. To laughter and long nights we left behind. We were young, wild under open skies, chasing horizons with open eyes. Yeah, I walk alone where we once ran, through streets that still hold the shape of our plans. The skyline feels like a friend I knew, holding the echoes of me and you. The skyline's glowing, takes me back in time. To laughter and long nights we left behind. We were young, wild under open skies, chasing horizons with open eyes. Are you ready? Alone where we once ran, through streets that still hold the shape of our plans. The skyline feels like a friend I knew, holding the echoes of me and you. Where we once ran, through streets that still hold the shape of our plans. The skyline feels like a friend I knew, holding the echoes of me and you.
Those celestial messengers reminding us that even the smallest rock can have a hand at sculpting worlds. Asteroid.
I've been treading water for some time, picking up the parts of all my life. Didn't get to solve it this time. How we had to break apart. No one tell me why we can't collide. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. This is it.
And we are back after the lunch break, and we have a recurring guest sitting to my right. It is Shankar again, and I think, Shankar, we have a little bit of a special segment coming into the stream now before Group B actually kicks off. Maybe you can introduce it into that.
Okay, so guys, a year ago I had a dream to join the OK Boys, and it was a very long journey. First of all, I sent a little, I guess, application which was denied. Then I sent another, it was denied again. Then I sent the presentation, and that one was kind of accepted. They invited me to the Discord, but there was always one man who was kind of denying me the whole time. At first, I thought that his actions were justified, but in the end I figured that he's just a bit bitter. That guy's name is Naiko from Dresden.
He's probably also watching, so Naiko, type 1.
Yeah, so it was always Granadi, but I figured after a year of countless trying, I have prepared out the contract here, and
guys, it's really a contract. It's here, and he also has 2 copies. Yeah, so I'm representing the OK Boys. As if you want or not, maybe I'm gonna get banned for that, but well, you know, sometimes you have to risk some things. But we have the contract here, and it's the official OK Boys entry contract. This document serves as a formal agreement between the undersigned parties. Name of the recruit, Wurstkunst. Date of commencement, 24th of May. Okay. The aforementioned individual is hereby accepted into the honorable, ehrenvoll ranks of the organization known as the OK Boys. By signing below the recruit affirms their commitment to uphold the following obligations.
Okay, so the first one is to always remain okay, even when nicht okay.
To offer unyielding support to fellow OK Boys during both Triumph and Unverzweiflung.
To partake in sanctioned OK Boys operations, including but not limited to Cup of the Day, Bon Cup, BYMC, and the occasional OKing.
To honor the unspoken OK Codex, whose spirit must be felt, not written.
And to never betray the sacred trust of the boys, or at the very least, bring snacks in times of need, and rig Bon Cup for fellow OK Boys and especially Granadi.
That might be a good one for Granadi because I mean he's molding from time to time in the cup, but yeah, non-compliance shall result in the mild Enttäuschung and potentially a strongly worded Nachricht in the official communication channel. And now I need to sign.
Yeah, so I have prepared this beautiful pen that I got, and you can go for it.
I'm the authorized OK Boy representative. So, oh, I dropped something.
Oh, it was the trophy.
Okay, so name, Lucky Turbo.
Yeah, the one and only.
And the signature.
And now it's official, so...
Wait, I still have to do this? Yes, yes. Welcome to the OK Boys. We have a new signage.
After a year, guys, it finally happened. I even got accepted into the club in game, and I can use the tag now. I'm like so happy and forever grateful to Toby. So.
Yeah, that was definitely not me. Definitely not me. Yeah, I signed it. You can see it here. It's official. We have a new member in the OK Boys.
I'm very proud. So
yeah, you're very proud of that. All right, so. Congrats on that. How do you feel after that?
Oh, I feel amazing. I also have this little trophy. So me and Turbo, we both had success in the Trackmania Awards this year. So I just wanted to formally, I guess, celebrate with him. So let's lift it up together.
Yeah, let's lift it up.
And we are the winners.
Yeah, we are the winners. Maybe we're gonna win again. I mean, Bon Cup was a huge success, and I think it will be. I mean, your maps are a lot of fun. But also, congrats, of course, of joining the OK Boys. Yeah, I hope you get the Discord roles as well. I think Granadi will be absolutely molding on stream with that. But I'm definitely going to send the contract Yeah, I mean, maybe I can take a photo and send it to Granadi actually, and then you can show that on stream. Actually, let me do that real quick. So Granadi, you can reveal it, you can review it, and let me quickly do that. And yeah, we have the next match coming up. But if there's nothing else, I think we're gonna jump on a very, very small break. That Geek will join us in again because I'm gonna cover the next match with Geek, and I'll leave the last word to you.
Yeah, so I am not the geek, unfortunately, but yeah, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for being here for me when through the journey of joining the OK Boys. We have finally reached the end. The reward is here, so thank you everyone, and see you on Thursday for the no warm-up edition of Bon Cup.
Yeah, make sure to join that. All right.
And with that,
Yeah, okay.
welcome back. So, sorry about that. Yeah, we were kind of caught up. He was still finalizing contract details. I was also trying to get some data going, but welcome back to the Comic-Con Baltics 2025 Trackmania tournament, and we are about to get started with Group B. I'm, of course, Thomas Mengos, aka G-Geek, and alongside me, the one and only Luckers Turbo, or Lucky Turbo, Kai Ludwig. Thank you very much for joining us, my guy. And yeah, Group B about to start, and we're starting off with a really, really stacked match.
I think, I mean, we called Group A yesterday the Group of Death, but I think it might be Group B, because if my calculations are correct, I mean, there's 3 teams going through. We have, of course, Team Boca, Binks, and Coco. Then we have Team Divergent as well, who are a very heavy competitor, and also Tween with his teammates. Yeah.
Glacial Orcs GP, and also I guess we can also say, well, we do have also Team Nemesis, who are having a little bit of a break since they were given a bye round in this opening round of matches. But yeah, Team Divergent, Huzo and Piranha are going to be...
There's 4 teams, yeah.
Yeah, there's 4 teams. Divergent, Huzo and Piranha are going to be ones to watch as well, with their first match versus Apple Scenes being SRK and Bits. The 4th match, B2 Turbo, Tralalero, Tralala, is a bit more of an unknown variable. We'll keep tabs on that, but of course our match of interest will be BOCA versus Glacial Orcs GP, and we'll start off, if I may, given my country of origin, I think it's only fair that I introduce BOCA for those of you who are not really following the Trackmania World Tour all that closely, but they are among the top of the field in the EMEA region. BOCA, of course, being an acronym for Binks, Otak, Coco, and Alpha Dream. Alpha Dream officiating as a coach and manager, yeah. And of course, today we have Coco deputizing for Otak in this Comic-Con Baltics, effectively playing his first Trackmania World Tour event of the season.
Yeah, I think Coco, definitely one of the strongest players that you can have as a substitute. He's a mentality monster, as I would call him. He's very fast, and he is like, he's not giving up. I mean, some players are just then sometimes just subconsciously giving up matches, but for Coco it's only over when the match is completely finished, and even then he thinks about it 3, 4, 5 times and sees what he can do better. So Coco, I think a very good pick here for Team Boca in this way, and I mean, too bad that Otak is not there, but
he definitely has a good replacement with Coco. And I think this will be a very close match and also very important to win this one already for Demo and Tween, who have a very hard group draw, because I think if everything goes according to my prediction, it will be a sudden death match at the end between Tween and his teammate Demo, and also Huzo and Piranha.
Yeah, I think he could effectively go that way for Tween and Demo, the Glacial Orcs GP duo, and it's always nice to see Marek at a LAN event. He's probably one of the veteran of LAN events, should I say? I said that I think to yesterday. It's not meant in a bad way, but he's a bit more of a LAN dinosaur, I guess. Tween, with how much LANs he has attended over the course of his Trackmania career, and even last year he was doing a little bit of a LAN marathon. Like I remember he was doing 3 LANs over the course of the start of the year, ended up winning 2 of them, that being of course the Max LAN in Nancy and the Gamers Assembly in Poitiers, 10 years on from his victory in the tech tournament, which is always cool to see. And it's also cool to see him partner with Demo, who's very much, unlike his nickname suggests, very much motivated.
Yeah, and then he was also attending the Gamescom LAN, I think it was.
Exactly, the big LAN race.
Where he was part in this event. I think he was also in the grand final there, if I recall that
He was
correctly.
in the grand final and ended up 3rd behind Granadi and Massa, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. And then I think Stuft was also
there
in the final. Yeah, I think, if I recall that correctly. But here we go. We start with the match, and of course there's a big face going on before that. Again, quick format explanation to you. We play in a 2v2 format. There's 5 maps on the map pool. If you win 3 maps, you win the match. And there's a small pig face before that, where we decide on what maps will be played. You win a map by surpassing or reaching 10 points. There's 3 different outcomes in the round. There's the victory, which is 1st and 2nd place. The ace. There's the victory, which is 1st and 3rd, and also a draw. 3 points for an ace, 2 and 1 points for the victory, and the draw is 1 and 1 point.
There we go. As we are about to get started with the picks and bans, it will be Binks up first, who will be in charge of locking in the opening map courtesy of Boca, and it will be Laume, which will be used as our starter map. Not the first time that we've seen Kerberos' map used as a starter. Huma is then picked by Tween to officiate as our second map, then quickly followed by the Motivator's pick being Snack Attack for map number 3, which leaves us with the last 2 maps, of course, Trakai and Cosplay, to be decided between map 4 and map 5, and it's Binks' turn in order to actually lock in that map 4 pick, which will be Trakai from Mazix in Spec, and that leaves, of course, Cosplay as the designer. So, Laume, Huma, Snack Attack, Trakai, and Cosplay, your map order for this first match of Group B.
Yeah, this will be the first match, and already a spicy one, as I said. So, Cosplay, I mean, one of my favorite maps, because it's just sheer pace on this one, is the last map that will be played. Hopefully you're gonna see this one, actually, and it will be a close match. I suppose so, because, I mean, a little bit of a lore, also inside information here, because it was Coco and Binks arriving quite late at the venue, actually.
Yeah, that's true. They arrived quite late at the venue. They were just about setting up during the lunch break, actually. They took control of their particular setups, and they are now, of course, ready to go for prime time, although we do seem to be missing... Coco on the server. Oh, he's actually showed up. Maybe the title screen kind of gave us the wrong pointer there, as we are just about to get started on Laume, which is one of those maps. I'd say in the map pack there are like 3 conventional looking maps with Laume, Cosplay, and I'd say Huma. Then one with the very big difficulties pack in Trakai, and then Snack Attack, which is a theme map, which kind of goes a little bit bonkers. But Laume is a pretty solid one to start off, because there still are some traps to watch out for.
I mean, of course, themed map, because we have, of course, a sponsor for this event. Very, very much in style of that. Doritos is the sponsor of this event, providing 3,000 euro for the prize pool. So thank you very much for that as well, of course. But there can only be one team on top in this event, and the top 4 also goes home with prize money here.
Yeah, indeed. If I recall correctly, distribution is 1,500, then 700, and then 400 for 3rd and 4th. Yeah. Going off at the top of my head there, as we are getting started for Group B in about 10 seconds time, with the warm-up concluding in a short few order, with Tween going around the risky fin rather, and we are getting started with round number 1, and for the first time of the day for Group B, as the lights go from red to green, the field is let loose, and we are racing once again, ladies and gentlemen. Round 1, map 1 is underway. Binks gets the whole shot in checkpoint 1, will be leading Tween by a very, very small margin, and it looks as though we will have a technical pause since Coco did not take to the start.
Yeah, it was Coco, I think, joining the race a bit late, so he DNF'd. So we're going to get situated here very, very quickly. I think it will only be a matter of time until the match is going to start. But I'm really hyped to see how Group B is going to play out. And I mean, Tween, the mentality monster as well on that side. I think you can put Coco and Tween in kind of the same range when it comes to playing players because they both just don't give up and take it with a good mindset at the end. And well, then, I mean, Demo probably has a lot of pressure on his shoulders because he's kind of new to the competitive scene and needs to outpace the players. So let's see what Demo actually does in this match, because we have seen them play yesterday already. They have played 2 matches and Demo looked outstandingly good there.
Yeah, Demo definitely looked good in his matches at play, and as unfortunately we do seem to have another DNF for Coco, so we're still waiting for those issues to be resolved on the part of the Frenchman from Team Boca. But yeah, good point on Demo. He was looking pretty good when he was playing yesterday. And as far as being a pretty new guy to the scene, it's pretty true when it comes to actual international big competitions. Like, first time I saw his name pop up was during the previous year at the I think it was during the Beacon tournament.
Yeah, I mean, for me, he was always on the radar due to Nalax, for example, who was very active in my chat. So I've seen him in Cup of the Days and in also other competitions. So he was very active there and has just improved ever since then. So good to see that. I mean, Tween, definitely not the weakest teammate you play with. I mean,
certainly not.
Could be also one of the players winning it. I remember last Comic-Con, he was, I wouldn't say unlucky, but there was much more possible for Marek there.
Yeah, there was quite a bit more possible, and there's just a few unlucky rounds here and there which saw him get knocked out in the consolidation final alongside Wizzy at the time, and make way for Epos and Mime to actually make a comeback from the lower brackets to get back in the grand final. It was really, really close, and that was also the last match of the year where of this particular event, which we got with a clear, stable connection.
Skyrim incident,
as you could probably see in the stream intro. That was probably wonderfully put together. Honestly, I saw that, I was like, love that.
Yeah, it was very, very nice banter there from those put together. So really a fan of that, as the issues are slowly but surely getting resolved. Maybe want to talk about the world record or the weekend record on this map, which is a 57.735, and the world record is just 0.15 faster from Mime, who right now is not playing just yet because they have a bye match, and they just wait for their opponents to be playing against, because they will actually be playing against the winners of the Divergent versus Appelsons. So that will be the other match that is being played there. So also happy to see that. And the winner of this match will be playing against the winner of B2 Turbo and Tralalero Tralala.
Yeah, indeed, and we've already kind of laying out our predictions there, but yeah, I'm expecting on that particular matchup to be B2 Turbo versus Boca, and B2 Turbo, Peb and Paz are going to have quite a big task ahead of them whenever they actually meet the road of Coco and Binks, because these two guys are not to be trifled with. Coco, an absolute warrior online, as we said. It's always a sight to behold to see Coco locked in and kind of rise from the ashes like a phoenix, and also completely pop off when he feels like he's performed good. It's always one of the wonderful things to see. And of course, Binks, a talent that is not to prove anymore, has gotten sublime results in many different events, including at last year's World Cup when he came away in 3rd position, his best ever World Cup result, as a matter of fact. And yeah, it's always cool to see him perform, be it online or offline. And of course, online he's been participating in the World Tour with Otak, where he actually, if I recall correctly, he won the 2nd EMEA tournament, right?
Yeah, I mean, they have been doing outstandingly there.
No.
The first one they got second.
The first one they got second,
and the second one they didn't even reach the final because
that's
it was
true.
I
completely forgot that was Epos and New Prime who actually won the
Epos
2nd EMEA tournament
into the final. But they're still looking very strong. So let's say it like that, as we are probably kicking things off here very soon, as we are jumping into the normal mode here once again. But that gives us a bit of time to chit chat a bit here, because I mean, there's also World Tour points on the line here as well, and they can finally redeem themselves after kind of getting reverse sweep from Skandir and Wosal in the first EMEA event.
That was probably one of the craziest matches in the month of April that we had the honor of witnessing, and that I actually got to cast on the French side for on my own, and seeing the reverse sweep, the comeback from both Wosal and Skandir was absolutely insane. And yeah, I'm thinking especially Binks will have in mind to try and actually put those performances from the start of the EMEA season aside and try to get back on the saddle, so to speak, in terms of performing well and racking some points to get themselves maybe a bit of a better footing in the Stage 1 playoffs come beginning of July.
I mean, definitely, and I mean, the point discrepancy is pretty large. I mean, it's 1,000 points for a winner of each tournament.
And 600 for second, yeah.
And 6 or like 300, I think, even in some instances. But
in our cases, well, in the case of the Comic-Con Baltics, it's 500 for the winner and 300 for second,
Yeah, true. It's like just half the points, but still like 600 and 1,000 points, that's a lot. That's a lot, and you can build up quite the cushion if you already win a match or like a
Indeed.
tournament in this
Yeah,
way.
if you win a tournament, you can build up a cushion. And also, yeah, the stage playoffs are going to be very, very important opportunity for some of those teams that want to make a spring back up the leaderboard to actually deliver, because a win there is 2,000 points worth, and even if you come away second, you still grab a valuable 1,200 points for those stage playoffs. So it's really going to be the key part of the stage is really going to be towards the end of June, beginning of July, when we get closer and closer to the stage 1 playoffs.
Yeah, then the things will heat up, and we're gonna have a nice competition going on. As the warm-up is still starting, Coco seems to be finishing though, so that's already a good sign. He's on the server, he's playing, and probably gives the sign that everything is okay. So we probably have to do the pick phase again, but it will be a lot faster because they're just gonna lock in their picks very
indeed.
soon. And well, let's just go into the prediction of this match, because I think it will either be like the match between Blah and Wilds, or it will be a very, very close match when it comes to very, very fought after
I'll be
rounds.
honest, I'm expecting Demo and Tween to try and get closer than to pick one map away from Boca than what we've seen Wild and versus Blah, because Wild were having some pretty close calls on some of the rounds, but ultimately they were not able to really close it down, which results in some really, really big points discrepancies, like 10-3 or 11-3, but these results alone don't tell the full story. Here I'm expecting Tween and Demo to deliver a little bit more when it counts, and to make the maps, individually speaking, a little bit more hotly contested.
Yeah, I think so as well. And one thing that is really important, like comparison to the Wild versus Blah match, is just consistency. It seems like if a player from Wild crashed, the other player crashed as well, and just avoiding those ace situations is just so important. It's just so brutal to get aced, and you can see the pick phase going into play, and it's the same order. So we're gonna jump into the warm-up here in just a couple of seconds, and then we're gonna finally get things started. I'm hyped. My prediction is that it will be going to at least map number 4. I think it will be map number 5, but at the end it will be the French team taking it.
I'm thinking it's going to be Boca winning, and I'm thinking more of a 3-1 scoreline myself as well. I do align with what you think, but I'm not sure we're going to be seeing cosplay.
Yeah, okay, not seeing cosplay. I mean, I hope so. It's one of my, if not my favorite map from this map pack. And let's just go and start things off on Laume here, the first map by Kerberos. Very, very fine mapper, and also a talented player, and it just seems like mapping and playing goes hand in hand sometimes.
Yeah, and I think it's like a communicating vases, as we loosely translated from French, where the learnings that you take from playing certain maps can also benefit you in terms of mapping, and also whenever you map, you can also get some whenever you're trying to test your map, you can also get a pretty good feel for some of the mechanics that you're trying to implement there. So it's really like a two-way trade when it comes to like skill transfer.
Yeah, I think so as well, and Kerberos always has this kind of like distinct taste to his maps, and here we go. Like, this theme is not simple to drive. It's a lot of close turns with penalty surface underneath you, and sometimes the reactive boost attached as well, and then tricky transitions that you have to tailor your car through. And after this small warm-up, we're gonna go live. First to 3 map wins, first to 10 points on each map, and if you receive those 10 points, you win it. And we go to the next map. In this case, the map order is Laume,
Huma, and then Snack Attack for map 3, and then of course Trackmania map 4, Cosplay will be the decider, in case both teams end up on 2 maps apiece, of course, as this game is starting in a couple seconds, and for realsies this time, as the lights flash from red to green, the field is let loose, and we are racing for the first time of the day in Group B, Tween and Demo versus Coco and Binks. Here we go.
Here we go into the first round. So let's see how Demo gets accustomed to this kind of level, because he did look very strong yesterday, but now he has a different caliber to play against Coco and Binks. Probably contenders for the World Cup win this year, because it will be, instead of Coco, it will be Otak playing, and Otak used to be a world champion in 2023. Binks didn't have a good run there in the 2023 World Cup together with his teammates, but look at this round. It's very close already. 0.2 of a second. Demo in last.
Yeah, Demo in last, giving us a good overview of what's going on up ahead, and he tries to actually keep up the pace with his teammate Tween as we go on board with Demo along the vertical reactor part, and he loses a little bit of time on the way out, so we're going to be circling back up the pecking order with Coco at the tail end of the leading trio. And now Tween moving on the attack onto sector number 3, actually trying to take the lead away from the Boca duo of Binks and Coco. Binks trying to keep on his rear tail of the Slovak driver. Binks trying to go on the attack, goes a little bit too wide. Tween versus Binks. It will be Tween with a much tighter run towards the line. And the 58.038, thus securing the draw and preventing Boca from taking the lead early.
Tween being 0.2 behind there just at the section where I swapped into camera 3, and then he was able to clutch it and get that win at the end and securing a draw for his team. But now we see the first member of the red team falling significantly behind. It is Demo, who finds himself roughly 0.5 behind the pack, but Tween with an insane effort there in the ending, finally able to get himself in the line and playing against opponents that are on the same caliber than he is. And look at the start from Tween, the Slovakian, already 0.2 ahead of the others. Also great approach in that sector, and he is quite far ahead. And we move on into the last part of the map.
All right, Tween looking in fine fettle in these opening rounds here on Laume as he continues to lead by quite a significant margin compared to Binks, but Binks managed to slash the gap back down in half at the exit of the reactor part and continues to try and pile on the pressure on the Slovak, but unfortunately it's not really looking all too hot. Goes too wide and hits the wall on the exit of the corner. Tween thus has a clear road ahead to claim his second individual win. Demo too far back to take advantage of the mistake from Binks, so it will be yet another draw going the way of either team. And this is, I hate to bring that up again, but this reminds me of freestyle in stage 1 of the World Tour 23, where it's draw, then one team take the advantage and the other team answering back. I feel like we're going to be heading that way.
Yeah, freestyle. Oh, what a map. Brings back the good memories here. 2023 esport was just absolutely awesome. But now we see another slight mistake here from Demotivator. Right now he's a quarter of a second behind, but let's focus on his POV because, I mean, he can still snatch 1 or even 2 positions if 1 or 2 players make a mistake. But right now it just seems like Tween is unstoppable. Coco, not with a good line. Demo with a good approach. And Demo with more speed. Coco going into 3rd position, and this could be the red team going into the lead. Let's go into that sector here again because it's a 2-horse battle for 1st and also 3rd position respectively. Demo falling a bit behind and currently is on that last position. Coco trying to catch up to Binks, but it will not be enough. It will be the battle for the 1st position. Binks 0.1 behind, but Tween not with a good line here, finds himself on 2nd position right now, and Tween needs to get a good ending. Great approach, will have more speed, but it will not be enough to overtake Binks here in the end, and it will be another draw because Demo stays ahead of Coco. It's 3-3 freestyle all along.
Yeah, 3s all along, and it seems to be a trade of positions between Glacial Orcs GP and Boca on that round. And we were talking about Demo having some sluggish starts, leading himself around 2-3 tenths down, as we have the first big mistake coming in from Demo with a very big crash on the way into checkpoint number 1. I was going to say that Demo had a bit more sluggish start, but he placed his own race, and Coco this time hits the wall on the inside, allowing Demo to move up into 3rd position. So there's a lot of damage already in this round.
This is so important that Demo actually overtakes Coco with that mistake, and Coco will be out on this round. Binks also not with too much speed, and that is what red team is in need of. Look at this, the red team can get that very important ace and move up to 6 points.
They can actually move up to 6 points. And I was going to say Demo just needs to play his own game, race his own race, and pick off opponents as they make mistakes left, right, and center. He managed to do so with Coco. Can he do so with Binks? So can he have a bit of excess of pace to put to use in this 3rd and final sector? It's not looking too good. Or is it? Currently, Binks not really able to fend off the challenge of Demo. Currently still trailing him around. It's not going to be enough in the final corners, though, unless there's a very big touch. It will be the victory, though, for Glacial Orcs GP. Tween and Demo 1st and 3rd, and thus it will be the red team taking the lead with Tween at 58.5.
Yeah, that's not the fastest time that we have seen thus far, but I mean, it is enough. He has seen that Coco and Binks both made individual mistakes, and that was enough to win the round. And if we take a look here onto Tween, 75% top ones, 0% crashes. What an absolute great performance, just gatekeeping that 1st position away. And what was that drift from Tween? That is just the sheer experience going through his veins and just being so confident of not crashing in that turn. Great fight here for that top 3. As we have Tween in the lead. Demo coming closer as well, but Tween on such an insane fight between Binks, Coco, and just the blue team trying to get the ace.
This is looking extremely close. 27 milliseconds between 1st and 3rd as they made their way through the reactor part. It's now Binks taking the lead with Coco in hot pursuit. Tween up into 3rd position, down to 3rd position, but continuing to pile on the pressure on the 2 Frenchmen. Can he try to make a move stick in the final few corners? Coco goes a little bit wide, trying to go back on the apex a little bit later. Tween up to 2nd, Binks still in 1st. It's going to be just enough for Binks to fend off the challenge from the Slovak and move right back to square one. 6-6 at the end of that round, and a 57.892 at the line from Binks. What on earth was that round from Binks, Coco, and Tween? It takes two to go here. It was a group dance of three, just giving us scintillating maneuvers to watch.
Yeah, and the winning time from the previous round would have been 4th in this round. That is absolutely incredible. What a performance. Almost 3 times below the 58 barrier. We have another mistake from the red team, and it is again Demo, who really has to go out of his comfort zone, but sadly has dropped significantly behind. It is 4.5 seconds as a deficit for him, but he has Tween just in front of him. But now it goes into the range that if you get aced, or if you get that ace, this map is over. So I really want to avoid that, as we have Coco trying to push, but Tween with so much exit speed here from that reactor boost turnaround. Binks and Coco trying to push a Tween with a great apex in that sector. Coco getting a bit of airtime, but getting a very, very good inside line, but goes a bit too wide there. And will that sacrifice a lot of speed? And it will be Tween winning this round, unless he messes up this entry here, but it doesn't look to be the case. Binks with good speed, but crashes as well, but it will still be enough to finish the round. And another time below 58, it's 7-7. And whoever crumbles now and gets ace, or gets the ace, will win or lose this map. It's do or die.
It's do or die. 7-7. It's about as close as we could possibly hope for a first map in a series right there. And the backpack for Tween, it's been easy to carry for now, but it's getting heavier and heavier and heavier with each mistake from Demo. But so far, the start is looking clean from the Polish driver, as he finds himself at the tail end of the leading quattro, about 2/10 down from his teammates, still anchoring the lead and continuing to fend off the attacks of Coco here in the start. Tween continuing to sprint away nice and easy as we go through that little chicane section where it's super, super tight. You don't have that much room to place your car, and Binks looking a little bit slow. Maybe Demo has a bit of an inkling of an opportunity to move up into P3.
Yeah, Demo looking very good here, just keeping or trying to keep up with the pace, currently 1/4 of a second behind. But look at this, Coco and Binks swarming out into the battle for first position. But Tween had such a nice line in the ending, eating a lot of the penalty surface there, but getting a nice alignment here in this sector. Onto the reset we go. Tween in the lead, and he's quite far ahead here. He needs to fully butcher the ending in order to throw this one away. And also Demo with a nice approach, and Coco with a mistake. This is huge. This is huge for the red team, and another great time. Demo securing that 3rd position, and that's what he should have been in the previous round as well, because we have seen the blue team also with a mistake, and imagine Demo would have been there as well. This map would have been over.
This map would have been over, but now we have a chance to fight back on the side of Coco and Binks. They can either try to get it over with and go for the ace, or if there is a little bit of damage, they need to get 1-3 in order to force this into overtime. No, Tween, not like this. The backpack got too heavy to carry, but Coco also makes a mistake as well. Binks now promoted up into the lead, Demotivator up into 2nd place. Sector 1 is already yielding a ton of surprises here on that potential final round.
Yeah, this is Demo's round to get that first position on, but he's quite far behind. 1/4 of a second it is right now, and we approach the last half of the track here. But Binks has made some mistakes in the end here. I mean, I think he slipped twice there, if I recall that correctly. But now it is Coco's engine howling behind, but he loses time and speed there in this sector. So this will probably go into overtime. It looks to be a 10-10 situation, but very important that Demo doesn't fully crash out in this round and securing that 2nd position. And with that, we go into overtime. But look how close it was. Only 0.15 of a second.
Yeah, only 0.15 seconds. And we are now getting for our very first overtime of the entire tournament. This is a sight to behold, because we haven't had that in the open qualifier, nor the play, nor in Group A. This is the very first time that we're seeing a map being decided down to 1 extra round, potentially even more, as we start this first overtime here. Demo this time coming good and moving ahead of his teammate for the lead.
Yeah, and also great approach there. Binks was hesitating a bit, goes a bit further outside. They're losing a bit of speed, like 1 to 2 kilometers per hour. But now Demo is hesitating on this corner, and look at this fight here. It's so close between them. This is do or die. This could even be end in an ace for either of those teams. It's impossible to call, as Frostbeer would say.
Yeah, impossible to call. Going on board with Coco, he exits at the tail end of the field after the reactor part. Sector 3 coming up now. Binks, Tween, Coco in that order. Demo at the tail end of the field once again. Can Tween try to pull something up to try and force it into a 2nd consecutive overtime? Binks, Coco, and Tween separated by 63 thousandths of a second. Coco clipping the inside. Demo should be promoted up to P3. No, he makes a mistake as well. Tween moving up into the lead of the race. And that's going to be yet another overtime waiting in the wings. Demo could have concluded this map and pulled up the upset from map 1 for Glacial Orcs, but it's not meant to be. They have to do it all over again.
What a thin line that was, and it ended up somewhat in a draw. So many mistakes at the end, but you can see the pressure is there. The players feel it. The tension of winning map number 1 is there already, and we go into the next one. I think this is round number 8 or 9 or something like this.
I think we're close to round 9, yeah.
It's absolutely bonkers of what the players are bringing to the field. Binks and Coco with a great start, but Coco falling a bit behind. Tween and also Demo with a great down in that sector. Demo a bit too wide there, but still trying to hold on, and it's still an open fight. Only 0.1 of a second between the players, and let's take a look what will happen in the end. We see a mistake from the blue team, and this is all decided in the battle between Tween and Binks.
Yeah, who will dare to pull the pin in the third and final sector? Who will dare to go for the move? Binks tries to press B for boost to get away from the gripe of the Slovak driver from OGP Numalovs, and he doesn't have any answer really to the pace of the third place driver in last year's World Cup. Can he try to do something in the last corner? It's too little too late. We go to a third consecutive overtime, and that's only map 1.
Only map 1 it is, and also a great time for Binks. 57.888 here, only 0.3 short of the world record. It's 12-12. No one has won a map just yet. And here we are again. Coco with a first slight mistake, but we're only speaking of a couple of hundreds here, but it's enough to decide rounds, as we have seen. Also Demo falling a bit behind. Binks and Tween on top of the pack yet again. And now the very important sector here, where we have seen a tendency of the rounds coming up now. Let's see who crashes first, if someone is even crashing, and who's there to push it the most.
Who will make a slip? It will be Demo making a slip at the end of sector number 1. So it's once again all down to Tween to carry the immensely heavy backpack for Glacial Orcs GP, but it seems like the back is broken in half for the Slovak driver with that little touch before the reactor part. Binks takes advantage of that to move 3/10 into the lead of this round. Coco surrounding the Slovak from behind as well. A 1-3 will be enough for Boca to see them through in a difficult manner through map number 1. The positions will stay as is. Binks, Tween, Coco, and finally, after 3 consecutive overtimes, it will be the French duo taking the lead of the series, with Binks clocking in an astonishing time of a .675, less than a tenth away from Mime's public record. 14-13, the final score on Laume. Boca lead, 1 map 0.
Yeah, 1 map 0 it is for them, and that was already an absolutely insane map, and I think that also gives us a glimpse of what will happen tomorrow as well, because we're gonna have the playoffs also on stage.
Yes.
3 matches will be played on stage there, so I really look forward to that. And let's move on to map number 2, which is Hyuma by Clear Vision. World record of 54.754 by Mime, and let's set the fastest match time, which is 0.3 away from that.
No, not even 0.3,
no,
less than 0.1. Less than,
actually. Yeah,
around
yeah,
0.1 away, and that was right in the middle of the play-in phase that matches that he was actually doing that. Of course, that's not his PB to Leicester. It's 0.852, the PB from the German driver from Big Selecta, playing, of course, with Elcom for Team Blah. And Coco and Binks actually not looking too shabby in the public leaderboards as well. 54.9s all around, 0.915 for Coco, 0.941 for Binks, and Demo also looking pretty good ultimate pace-wise with a 0.902 to the credit of the Polish driver.
Yeah, I mean, the pace looks absolutely great. Also from Demo, who really keeps up, and I really want to give a huge shout out to him, because it's just an absolute great performance. Imagine you would play against Coco and Binks. I mean, he has played competitions before, but I mean, like, playing against those caliber of players, this might be one of the first couple of times that he actually can match the pace from them, and he does very, very well. Only 9% crash rate, so that is awesome, but still needs to find his first victory.
Indeed, he still needs to find his first victory, as map number 2 is set to get underway now. Round 1 of Hyuma is go, following the perspective of the man himself, the motivator, following now with Binks through that very tight bob hairpin. You have to go all the way around the outside wall, and then that first grip regain. Those changes of grip are always so startling, especially for casual players like I've become over the years, where you have to be very, very careful with the angle at which you approach the wood as you regain the grip. Otherwise, you can come to a dead stop, and that sort of dead stop can snowball to a big-time deficit in the long run.
Yeah, and also here Demo going over the no grip sector, not really getting the best exit out of it, being a bit too wide. Binks finding himself on the lead, and now Demo with the first significant mistake in this round. Coco getting a lot of speed out of that sector, actually very wide approach there, able to make it count, and also here Very good entry into the bobsleigh, finding himself on the battle for the lead. But look at this, Tween, Binks, and Coco fighting it out for the first position.
Oh,
Tween,
no, Tween
with a mistake, and this will be the ace for the blue team. Coco and Binks, hand in hand, going into their 55.338, and it's a 3-0 and the first ace in this series.
That is such an unfortunate clip for Tween, though. He got yeeted off of the map by basically just clipping the edge of the arch of the checkpoint, and that's also triggered the checkpoint. So that's probably the worst possible running respawn that you can have, because you cannot save that.
That's a double respawn.
Yeah, that's a double respawn waiting in the winds, and that's going to cost you the best part of 4, maybe even 5 seconds, because of how slow the acceleration is on the wood when you come from a standstill. So very unfortunate way to end the round there for Tween, as we get a huge crash into the neon for Mr. Binks, and also Demotivator having lost a lot of speed, and Tween as well looking very slow into the bobsleigh.
Yeah, and look, if you don't have any speed over the bobsleigh, look what that does to you in this sector. You have hardly any angle and speed to work with. So that's why Tween went for this kind of awkward approach, but it had to work out somewhat because the no grip is just coming into play, and this looks to be a draw. Happy probably for the blue team that they get away with this, and I mean, Binks, after a huge crash, and also like he's not really getting punished too much from that, because Demo and Tween also with mistakes, and they do not play any significant role in this round either way. So it is 4-1, and we have also only a 55.6 as the winning time. Coco cruising into the ending, Demo and Tween as well, just getting a point across, and then it's Binks in last.
Yeah, I'm thinking they're still going to, since they came to the venue pretty late, they're still kind of trying to find their footing. I did see that Binks was pretty heavily practicing Huma, and same for Coco. After they came to the venue and took possession of their PCs, they knew that they need to get their bearings pretty fast on Clear Vision's map. Maybe it's a map that they haven't trained as much as some of the other teams, but in any case, with how much tribulations the other drivers are going through, and how much attrition this track actually reserves, it is a good thing that Coco and Binks can sometime relax and yield 55.5.6s to get round wins. As unfortunately for Tween, we did clip a dead checkpoint and resulted in a hole-in-one, as Binks inherits of the lead, and the Demotivator pretty nicely isolated in second place, potentially bringing a point for Glacial GP.
Yeah, and again, the gaps are quite large in this round. I mean, just in comparison to the previous map, it's nowhere even close to some of those rounds, which were highly competitive up until the last turn, where players really tried to push it there. Binks with a new PB, but of course that doesn't tell the whole story. He has a much faster time, probably offline. Yeah, he has a 54.9 here in the leaderboard, but of course players do practice offline. Players do play part maps to practice certain parts on this map, especially the ending here on this map. So it doesn't tell the whole story, and I think we're gonna see a lot of world records getting beaten today or at latest tomorrow.
Yeah, at the latest tomorrow. I'm thinking maybe not outright world records, but weekend records are going to continue going down the order. But yeah, world records might be a little bit more of a tall order unless you have someone who's absolutely bringing its A game, like how Letster did during the play-in. As we do have Coco, unfortunately, having made a pretty unfortunate start to his round. Sector 1 will leave him about 7/10 down, and we have a hole-in-one this time on the side of Boca, with Binks going the way, and also Demo clipping on the way into the woods. So Coco back up to second.
Coco back up to second, and they will also be happy about that both of their mistakes didn't get punished with an ace, which would bring the red team quite a little bit back into the race. I mean, 6-5 would be a great scoreline, but they at least get this 1 point out of it and have the angle to win the map in the next round. And that is very important to get up to 7 points in this regard, but also good for Demo and Tween to go up to 4, because 7-7, good scoreline for them as well to accumulate. Of course, they would love to deny those points. An ace is just overpowered, but you cannot have everything, and they can be happy that they get a victory after that mistake from Demo.
Yeah, now they certainly don't have to drop the ball now, because if Boca finish first and second, it's absolutely over. It will be map 2 in the books for the French duo, and it looks as though Tween, unfortunately, is not really going to be able to yield the charge against the French duo, as he had an unfortunate touch at the top of the bobsleigh, and we almost touched the island there for Binks, but we did seem to lose a little bit of time in the bobsleigh as well. Can he try to come back at the exit? Not quite, and look at the Motivator springing into the lead, going toe-to-toe with Coco there at the end of Sector 1.
Yeah, very good line from Demo in this sector, and this could be the first round that Demo is able to win. Really trying to push it there. Coco not too far ahead. Demo with a good line, but hesitates a little bit on this entry here on the wood sector, and now it goes into the ending. Demo very wide, losing a bit of time, but good entry into that part. Binks gets away with it, but doesn't get the best exit out of it, and this will all go down to the ending. Will it be Demo's first win in this match? It looks good. Coco not making a mistake, making it count, and Coco wins the round at 1,000 of a second between Demo and Binks. Decides its fate. It didn't even look that close, but this was very important that Demo stayed ahead, because else it will be the map for Boca.
Binks coming out of left field. I think he might have noticed it after the fact, but I was almost getting a little bit of a sweat bead on my forehead after seeing that gap for Demo. It would have been such a hard break to yield that second place like that, but Demo managed to hold it on by a thread, and now it's pretty much ace or bust for Tween and Demotivator, and already things are looking pretty badly engaged, with a pretty bad omen of a start from Tween, already 2/10 down, and Demo also conceding a fair bit of time at the end of that first sector, and Coco actually popping a wheel and popping the front axle, allowing Tween to move up into second place. Not quite. Still Binks having a 10.5 advantage.
I think Binks is on a banger of a time right now. He's 0.2 ahead, and also Coco with a lot of speed here again out of that wood section, really finding the sweet spot where he gains some time in the wood, and now Tween needs to rely on Demo catching up, and also both Coco and Binks making a mistake in the end. I'm trying my best to jinx, but it's Coco actually only making a mistake, but Binks winning the round, 64 thousandths ahead of Tween, and this will be a draw, and ultimately resulting in the blue team of winning map number 2 as well. 10-6, this got a bit too close here for Boca at the end. It looked like a complete domination after round number 1, but they conceded 6 points on this map, so hopefully to see a map win on map 3, which will be a map by Wizzy, Snack Attack.
Yeah,
and also Wizzy was snacking actually.
Yeah,
so.
we're that's right on cue, pretty much. And yeah, I think whilst it was a bit closer than Boca would have liked, it certainly doesn't hold a candle to the absolute hell that they went through closing out on Laume. Laume seemed to be an absolute trial by fire by comparison to what transpired on Huma, which had, of course, its traps reserved for the Frenchies, but they managed to circumvent most of them pretty fine, and now they have the chance to actually conclude it on map number 3. And Glacial Lord GP, I mean, we were expecting it to be a little bit hard to fight back on Huma after how close they got on Laume, and maybe the little bit of a mental setback that close loss kind of yielded them.
Yeah, I mean, true that. This could definitely play a role. I really enjoy this map as well. It's a bit more RPG themed in this regard, and I think a very nice approach with the Doritos in there as well, which are dirt. So that's something very important, as well as the pipes in the end, which are just the dirt surface that you are driving onto, and it will create some funky moments, let's say, like that. And we've seen Elcon driving an absolute banger of a time in the last match that he played. 104.753 is the time that he drove, and Binks has the world record on this map in the online leaderboard with a 104.595. Let's see how close he can get to the map, but it looks like Binks and Coco are ready on this map, and here we go into round number 1. Is Glacial Orc GP able to win their first map?
They need to absolutely bounce back as soon as possible, and the best way to do that is by winning round 1 here on this rotation of Snack Attack. Tween with a great entry into the wall right there. Exits a little bit wide though. I was fearing a little bit for him after that compromised line, but he managed to make it stick, and that will be yielding him in a fight versus Binks. Coco moving up to 3rd after that little turnaround, and Binks having a very, very slow landing, promoting Tween up into the lead, but only temporarily. Demo a little bit too far behind to make an impact.
Yeah, Demo is quite far behind in this one, but still trying to stay somewhat close to capitalize from a mistake. Now Tween messing up the apex, doesn't really have too much speed going into the next part of the map, going through the pipe here onto the next Dorito, and now it's important to make this nose slide in this next turn count. We have seen Elcon doing it very well here, and I think not a lot of players going for it, but Binks, look at the speed difference here. It really compounds because you have just so much more speed to work with in this quarter pipe jump as well, and this will be the ace for Boca. Binks with an absolutely great ending, 105.008. Coco on 2nd, Tween on 3rd, and then Demo 0.4 behind, so that's the ace for the blue team. bringing them a lot closer of winning this match.
And something tells me that 105.008 that we saw Binks drive is only the beginning. I think he's got more pace on tap, the Frenchman from Team Boca, as we start round number 2. Tween, Coco, Demotivator, and Binks in that order after the first couple checkpoints. And again, Tween, that very speedy entry into the wall ride, and everybody kind of following him, following in that line that goes very wide at the exit. So it will be still the Slovak taking the lead at the end of sector number 1 with Coco and Demo in hot pursuit, and Binks now starting his climb back.
Oh, great approach from Binks there in this sector, trying to go very, very tight and travel less distance, and then getting his nose down onto the platform. So great approach there from Binks, really trying to push and harass Tween in that first position, trying to apply some pressure. But right now the Slovak is still ahead. But let's see what Binks can do on that third sector. And right now he loses a lot of time there. So I think Binks will out for the battle for first.
Oh, watch out for Coco. Yeah, he gets a much better exit compared to Tween. And both Tween and Binks actually clip at the same exact spot, just a few tenths apart. And actually Coco with a bit of a clip as well. Tween and Binks both respawn. Coco and Demotivator first and second. Coco will take to the line in first with a .151, and both Tween and Binks battling against each other. And actually Binks with better speed at the exit will yield the victory to Team Boca after a pretty zany end of the round for the Slovak and the French driver. But with Coco managing to anchor the front for 24 milliseconds, it will be Boca still continuing to extend his lead at the halfway mark of map 3. It's looking a little bit more grim by the day and by the minute for Glacial Lord GP.
Yeah, halfway point for the blue team in terms of points. And there you can see how fast, or how important a fast respawn really is. And right now we see the first mistake by Coco, who having to respawn. So it is Binks' turn now. Taking that first position again, but he right now is a bit further behind. Where's Demo going? Demo with a completely different line, trying to maximize the speed outcome there. Didn't really work out thus far, and he concedes that second position, but also Binks slowing down in that transition.
That was a very, very hefty clip of that transition for Binks, and it continues to come. It seems as though this is a bit of a round that goes in the bin for Binks, because before that he had a very big bounce on the way into Sector 2, as you could briefly see on camera, as Tween goes for the uber low line to try and gain as much time as possible, whilst Demo can see some of the gaps. He decides to go a little bit safer. He can manage the race a little bit given the mistakes that happened on the side of Boca. And now just one transfer and one corner to go before the finish line, going on board with Binks to that transfer. And it will be Tween and Demotivator finally getting the ace that they need to counter the offensive from Boca. 105.322, the time from Tween, 6 tenths ahead of his teammate. There you go, 5-4. Glacial Lord GP are back in the mix.
This really reminds me of Stufts and Wizzy in one of the rounds that I've seen as well. Both just with individual mistakes and then conceding the rounds to their opponents. They were further behind, but this could be the start of a comeback arc. I mean, they're only 1 point behind at this point, and let's see if this will transfer into round number 4 here as well. Tween going very far up, doesn't have any skid marks going to that part where you still have free wheels, so Tween with a great line, but going a bit too inside and will not have as much speed as Binks and Coco into the second sector of the map.
Yeah, it seems as though the transfer is really the real equalizer here on this map, because this is where Binks and Coco have a much better 180 and are allowing themselves a little bit more speed to catch up to Tween and completely leave him in the dust. And he will get left in the dust with that little touch on the inside of the apex, and thus Coco and Binks go hand in hand in sector number 3 in the lead by quite a comfortable margin, roughly half a second compared to the Slovak driver, or the nearest Glacial Lord GP driver, which in this case is Demotivator, 7 tenths down, and Binks goes for his signature sector 3 like we saw in the opening round of the map, going on board with Coco with a great transfer onto the Dorado chip there before the final corner. Binks at the end will take the win with the 104.975, dipping below the 105 for the first time here in this match for Binks, and for the first time of the day, 8-4 for Boca, who are now on match points.
Yeah, great time here from Binks on this map. I mean, really reminds me of the performance and pace that Elcon put on this map. So great job, I have to say. And now it's the match point. They just need to find 2 points, so first and third is needed. And Coco really living up here. 4% crashes, 19% top 1, so just playing the consistency game. And on the other hand, we see Binks 42% top 1s. Not even Tween can beat that, has one less top 1 position here during this match, but still trying to push it. And that is a great line from Tween, going very wide there and trying to maximize the speed in this uphill sector. Will go and slingshot himself into the lead, but he needs to find more of those rounds. Doesn't nail the apex here due to the speed, and Binks and Coco with the attack, but Binks with a mistake, so it is now Demo overtaking as well.
Demo overtaking as well, so it will be a 1-3 yielding a potential victory for Glacial Orcs GP, but Coco still waiting in the wings, still pounding on the pressure, piling the pressure on Tween, trying to force him to make a mistake, and Tween goes very, very slow at the exit of that little dirt part, and Demo is also trying to back up his teammate as well. Coco moving up into the lead, going side by side with Tween almost. No, Tween gets left behind as we go into the risky fin, and for 20 milliseconds, Coco will enforce the draw with a .008, exactly the same time that Binks has driven in the first round of this map,
Yeah.
so it will be 9-5 at the end of that round, and once again, Glacial Orc GP have their backs against the wall. It's all or nothing, ace or bust.
Ace or bust again, and it seems like Boca only losing maps when they really allow the play or the opponents to do that, because they kind of do not really make too many mistakes on this map. In that regard, I mean, only this one round where they both just fell apart. This can happen to the best, of course, and this just looks very strong. Good pace from Coco, but now he falls behind again. So that's quite unfortunate. Binks just has to hold on to that second position. Tween again with a good approach, but again, this speed is not really coming in handy. But look at the apex here. This apex doesn't really work out that well with a lot of speed, and Binks coming closer again, and also Demo is half a second behind, so he has to significantly catch up and needs to rely on a mistake from Binks.
That compromised line in the middle of Sector 2 really is rearing its ugly head for Tween as he manages to get a little bit of gap back on that third sector. Binks not really able to make anything of it as we go with Demo on the transfer. Not quite. He will not be close enough to make any attack stick, and it will be yet again Boca coming away as the victor of the map. Tween clocking in a very respectable .905, but with Binks in second, it will be enough for Boca to see themselves through with a 3-0 score. 10-7 the final score at the end of Snack Attack. It was a case of what might have been for Glacial Orc GP, especially on map 1. Laume could have been such a game changer, pun intended.
So I think Boca really allowing their opponents to do some damage, but as I already said, it will be very hard to beat them once they are in their prime, because they are just so fast. They set so many good times, but I think this is just potential for Demo and Tween to see, and it will be hard to beat them, especially for the teams now coming up in the latter matches. So that's it, and we're gonna have an interview with Import and with the winners of the match. It will be Coco and Binks joining him.
Yeah,
so
they're currently They're currently getting set up, but first of all, for those of you joining us, first of all, welcome back to Comic-Con Baltics 2025. Thank you very much for sticking with us, and I hope you've enjoyed this first game of Group B, which has certainly delivered in terms of shenanigans and in terms of happenings, and it looks as though we might be getting the A-OK for the interview. Mr. Import seems to be waiting for the microphone, so we are just going to give it to him, and he's going to be along with Coco.
Thank you, G-Geek and Turbo. I am with our round winner for the first round of Group B. That is Coco. And of course, Binks won as well as for your team for Boca. How was that match for you? It seemed a little shaky almost at the first match, and then you guys got into a rhythm. It seems like it was pretty strong going forward.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it was shaky. It was just Tween being so good at securing first place and sneaking up first place by 1,000 or stuff like that. It was really solid on the first map, and after that, yes, we figured out the pace map were Tween favored, and the tricky maps like the second one, the orange one. I don't know the maps. I'm sorry, the name of the map. I'm sorry, but they were crushing a lot. We were just saving it, and we figured out how to play together because it's really the first time we play together as well. But we know each other pretty well, and we were very confident, even if we lost the first map.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but you have been a little bit MIA from Trackmania competitive, like the top tier, for a while. Is that a personal choice of yours, or is that something, or is it just where it hasn't been clicking for you to be able to get back to form?
I just think there was none big events where I wanted to participate. I did play the Red Bull thingy, where I almost sneaked in the qualifier groups, like in the group phase. But I'm still a competitive player. I still have the level to compete. There is just not enough big events where I want to participate in. Right now, playing online kinda bored me, I would say, and my work actually doesn't allow me to be available every weekend and stuff to play alongside Binks or Attack. That's why we figure out being a trio will fit us pretty well because right now Otak is having some exams. So we were three, Binks and myself, so we figured out like trio is pretty good.
Yeah, and it seems to work out at least for this first round. We'll see how it goes for the rest of the day. Your matches do get a little bit more complicated, as I do believe you end up playing against Nemesis in the next match. If I'm correct, I could be wrong, but
I don't think so. I think Nemesis is on the other side of the bracket. Like they will be playing the 1-0 match, and we'll be playing like against B2 Turbo, I think.
I think it is Nemesis because you guys should both be in the winner bracket side. So, yeah, because it's only just one round. So it's one round and then you go to the winner bracket final, essentially. So, yeah, you should be playing. I think you should be playing against Nemesis in the next. Or no, sorry. It's B2 Turbo. You were right. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I didn't study enough, apparently. But so at least you have one more match. If you win that one, you go to next day, of course. If you don't, of course, you got one more round to play after that. Going into tomorrow, what are your thoughts on like your chances of making it tomorrow? I assume it would be pretty high, but like what is your guys' goal at the end of the day for this event?
I would say top 4, like semi-final secure would be, well, wouldn't be a part of, like don't be a part of top 4 would be upsetting for us. But I would say tomorrow we will need to be a bit faster and more consistent, like especially more clutch. Like on the first map, Twin was smashing us every round. I guess he won every round. Maybe one or two he doesn't win it, but yeah, in the end we need to be like 100% on every map because yeah, Nemesis, Pusito Paco, Mime, Stuffed, and Wheezy, they're all amazing players, and myself, I will have to step up my game a bit.
Well, congratulations on your match. Of course, you have another match to go, so I'll let you go ahead and get training. But we have more Trackmania action. We still have 2 more rounds to go for Group B before we end our day today. So stick around. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back for more action.
was going to write you a letter. When I turned the page, I'd have the courage, yeah. And it's tough to let go even after all of this time. You are the reason why I'm fucked up, was drugged up. I loved out 'cause I believed in all those lies. That you loved me, you never loved me. I don't know how to accept that what you did still colors me black. And it's got me like, I feel so, I made this void now, you don't look back. And it's got me like, I feel so, that's what you did. That's what you did. What you did still colors me black. And it's got me like, feel so, made this void now, you don't look back. It's and I still see you smiling when you said to me, don't be a crybaby. And I've been told that you moved now, even though I still feel the echoes. I'm fucked up and I can't love myself now. I live like I own these lies, and I'm not enough, though you're not enough. Just want to shut it up. That what you did still colors me black. And it's got me like, I feel so, I made this void now, you don't look back. It's got me like, I feel so, that's what you did. That's what you did. Now what you did.
In the pulsing heart of night, the strum cuts through darkness. It's not just light, it's a beacon. The strobe becomes our guide. Our shadows dancing with strangers, our bodies merging. Each flash a story, a memory, a fragment of time where everything seems possible. A spark ignited, a rhythm found.
And we are back after a small break. And Nua, I have to be honest, I'm very, very excited for this match because we haven't seen any of those teams just yet on stream. It will be Piranha and Huzo versus Mime and Paco.
Yeah, I mean, look, Turbo, we were talking yesterday during the draw about how stacked this group was. And I mean, it was obvious in the first round. I mean, hey, it was a 3-0, sure, but it was definitely the most exciting 3-0 that we've had so far today. And I mean, the action in this group is going to continue. I mean, Team Nemesis versus Team Divergent. As you said, Mime and Paco up against Huso Piranha should also be a very exciting match. I mean, one of these teams then drops to the lower bracket, and it seems likely that, you know, one of the teams between Glacial, Orcs GP, and kind of Team Nemesis or Team Divergent is not going to be making it to day 3. And that's kind of a crazy thing to be saying in any event.
Yeah, I thought about the same as well, just when I went through my pick'ems, which you can, of course, not do for this group, but I think it will open at 21 our time, so 20 CEST.
Yep.
It will open for the players tomorrow. And I was like, yeah, one of those teams will not be making it into day 2. That's crazy to me because I've met Piranha at the airport in Düsseldorf actually, and I talked to him and he was very much prepared. And now he has to play against one of the favorites. I mean, Mime winning the Comic-Con Baltics, I think it was in 2023 or the first one, something along those lines. But he looked, no, it was actually Elcon winning it, and Mime was winning the first one.
Okay, 22.
I think something along those lines.
Sure.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Mime, high caliber of a player, has been really establishing himself as one of the newer players along the scene, playing together with one of the hidden prodigies, not that much hidden anymore, with Paco. I mean, his performance at the 2023 World Cup alongside Lagu back then was just incredible, setting world records left, right and center, doing the matches, and now playing on top of the class as well. And Piranha and Husa have to play against them in their second match. This will be insane.
Yeah, it is very funny you kind of calling Mime one of the newer
but
players.
He kind of is, right?
He kind of is, but he's of a middle generation, shall we call it, between kind of like those players who've been playing since the TM2 days, who are like all over a decade in the game, the 2016 World Championships and things like that. And then, there's the new generation, which is, the players like Paco, like Epos, like Stufts, like Wizzy, like, the guys who've really come through the last couple of years.
I would even call Epos new generation in that way.
In the same way as Mime, or in the same way as...
No, like even newer than Mime.
But that's what I'm saying. You kind of have Stufts and Paco and Epos are all the very new generation, and Mime, he falls in between the two, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like he's new, but it's the old new at this point.
Yeah, it's the old new, as well as Granadi used to be new in this kind of competitive environment.
Everyone used to be new at some point.
Yeah. Everybody is sometimes the new guy along the field, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes, and then there's also someone who was the new guy, but now it's the old guy.
That's very true. Yeah. And look, over on the other side, I do want to mention Piranha as well, because you did mention him. He's an excellent player coming out of Germany. He's one of those players that I personally still feel like a lot of people sleep on. Because we don't necessarily see him kind of at the top of World Tour tournaments a lot of the time. Like a lot of the big tournaments that maybe a casual viewing audience will be more familiar with, Piranha isn't there. But things like XP Evo 2023, when Piranha made a really deep run into that bracket and things like that. I mean, Piranha is a player who absolutely can compete with these players at the very top. And I think Team Nemesis are a team that came together with kind of as you say, favorites for a lot of the tournaments they've entered, but they've not quite, for me, as a duo, started to really put it together just yet. So there's room here for a Piranha Huso team to absolutely take them down.
And then also let's talk about Huso here, the last puzzle piece of this match, where the pick'ems are currently ongoing, but the pick phase is starting now. Huso, of course, usually playing with Ignite in the Turkish duo. Very good team there, and they have been doing quite the damage in the Asia region. And he has been improving quite a lot here in this format. So good to see him here as well. And I think that's also his first LAN event that he said that he's competing in.
Well, yeah. Super cool. Well, we're into the picks. It will be Cosplay to kick things off. Divergent then with the second and third pick. Talking to Team Nemesis, I mean, Paco was approaching us just before the broadcast started and said, hey, look, we're going to not try and pick Huma early. So we'll see. I mean, if it comes in early for Divergent, that's potentially a chance for them to do something a little funky, maybe force Nemesis off of a comfort pick.
Yeah, this could actually be the case. And I also talked to SOK about pick and also how you approach them. And he was something along those lines. Yeah, we're going to pick our weakest maps first. So that is something that you usually don't see. But then you can also swap it up. Just do not pick the first map every time.
I will say, I do think that mentality in particular is part of what's led to so many of the sweeps that have happened so far today, is teams being like, we'll pick our weak maps early, and then when we get to map 4 or 5, the deciders, then we'll be on our strong maps. And then your opponent 3-0 you, and you never got to play your strong maps, and you're kind of sitting there going like, that's how that can go down.
it's only going up until 3 map wins.
Yeah, then, it's like our 2 strongest maps were 4 and 5. Whoops.
Yeah, this can of course happen. As the first map of this event, and this match, not event, will be Cosplay. It used to be map number 5 in the previous match, and now it's map number 1.
Yeah. Gonna be a fun one here. Cosplay, a nice one to kick things off, and we will get Track Eye number 2 as well. A track that we haven't seen a huge amount, so stay tuned, keep your eyes peeled for that one when we get to it. A chance to see that one in action. But for now, we get ready to load on into Cosplay. It will be Team Nemesis versus Team Divergent. fighting for a spot in day 3 of the Comic-Con Baltics 2025. And of course, along with that, Turbo, the chance to make it onto the big stage here at Comic-Con Baltics.
Yeah, because we have, I suppose, 3 matches tomorrow.
Yeah.
The 2 semifinals and the grand final will be played on stage.
Yep.
And then, of course, the top 4 goes home with prize money. There's a total of 3,000 euro on the line, sponsored by Doritos. So thank you very much for that. 1,500 for first. So they're going to split it by 2 because it's a 2-player team, obviously, in that way. Then 700 for second and 400 for fourth and also third position.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying splitting it 2 ways. I don't know how many. A lot of these teams seem to have coaches hanging around them as well.
You think
this
they're going to
weekend.
get something as
I
well?
have no idea. I'm
Maybe they're
wondering
gonna
if they. Yeah, exactly. Is there going to be? There's going to be drama, or at least, yeah, a good night in the pub once the event ends on Sunday for the winning team. We'll see. I suppose up to the individual teams. We have no say in that. But hey, if they want to buy, or if the winning team wants to buy me around on Sunday, they're welcome to do so.
I would join that as well, of course, right? But who's going to be the winning team? And I think it could be one of those teams. I mean,
could be.
Paco and Mime, they know how to win. In particular, just think about Paco's run 1 year ago during the Trackmania World Tour. Like, he was absolutely bonkers there. But now Huzo and also Paco actually with the first mistakes. Mime and Piranha a bit far ahead, but it's also Piranha falling quite significantly behind.
Yeah, it is a little bit rough here on round 1 for most of the players. That's going to be Paco sliding completely out. He's gone through this mud section. Piranha looked a little bit shaky there, but he has survived completely fine. Mime, though, leading the way half a second ahead of anyone else, and this is looking like potentially a draw to open things up, as long as everyone from Divergent can make it cleanly through the rest of the map, and as long as Mime doesn't give away the ace.
Yeah, surely this will not happen, right? And also Paco too far behind to have a saying here, as it is a 1 second gap. And actually the ending is not too hard if you make that no slide count here that you can go for. And Huzo shows us why. Look, much more speed than Piranha, even though he went for the no slide as well. And right now, Mime also with just casually a new fastest time of 5:62.3 away from the world record that was set yesterday actually from Letsta. So Letsta also ready, of course, as we have seen already, because I was kind of surprised to see that as well. Maybe, yeah, I think we're gonna have
a quick pause.
We're gonna have a break
likely here.
so I can finish my thought, because Letsta played 2 matches and he's gone. Like gone in terms of he doesn't have to play another match today.
Yeah.
2 wins and you're
gone.
chill,
Yeah,
you chill.
you get to go and train more, set a few more online world records as well if you want to at the time as well. As double checking what's going on here, but we should be seeing something. I mean, both players from Team Nemesis did not start the round. And we'll get confirmation from someone at some point as to exactly what is happening. Could just be a free ace for Divergent, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how the rules are like that, but I think it's something along those lines. If the round has started and you didn't call in for a pause, well, then it's just just bad luck. And right now the red team is playing, so not sure what's going on, but yeah, we're gonna see that. Not sure if Piranha and Huzo are going to finish this round or not, and they actually...
I mean, they have.
Are.
So, I mean, we're sitting here watching Paco still sitting on the line. Unfortunately, we can't see chat on this server, I think. There we go. As
Sorry, didn't see. All right.
Okay, round skipped. We're fine. All good. Yeah, we'll close the chat back over
nice.
again.
Okay, everything good. Everything
fine.
good. It's
hey,
fine.
we're safe. Kem has woken up and managed to get things sorted out
he
here.
was on a different server, so
he
that's
was
why,
on a different server. It's understandable. There are other matches going on. I would like to briefly talk as well about Pushtito Paco a little bit, because I was very excited to see this Mime and Paco duo for kind of World Tour events this year, for Comic-Con Baltics this year, for other events that are ongoing this year, because to me, Paco is a player who, as you said, is blisteringly quick, has done really well in the World Tour as a result last year and things like that. But at the same time, I do still maintain that Paco is a player who gets inside his own head in matches little times, is very quick, but can be very, very crashy to go along with his speed as well. And seeing him paired with Mime, who, as you said, is a new player, but is definitely one of the old new players now, who is a very calm presence, it has always felt like in matches. I was really excited to see what this duo was going to look like, if kind of Mime would be able to keep Paco calm in some of those rounds, really bring the best pace out of Paco in matches as well. And if I'm being honest with you, Turbo, I'm not convinced that we've actually seen that come true yet.
Yeah, I mean, Mime is kind of the stone cold player, you know, not showing any emotions, just getting the job done. In particular, and I agree with that, especially Paco not playing on his like known setup, he's not doing that well. And also during the World Cup last year, I remember he was set off from school because it was on a Friday, and his whole class was watching it as well. And I mean, it's stressful, and then you play on a big stage and you have all those lights, unfamiliar setup, not a lot of warm-up, and those things can really get to you. So just gaining and just getting some experience is very important. But also look at this round here, Piranha and Huso, and everybody else is just so close to each other. It is Huso with a mistake, and it will not be the ace. It is 3,000 between Piranha and Mime in the end, and it will be another draw. It's so close though. It's a draw. It could have actually been an ace for Team Nemesis.
It could have been an ace for Team Nemesis. Frankly, it could have been an ace for Team Divergent as well. This is one of those matches where those draws do just feel like the prelude to one of the teams exploding out with a lead. They're starting to look really, really fast at this point. That was a slightly slower draw than our first round draw. You know, the time's a little bit slower, but I mean, the players are pushing it. Piranha is pushing it. He's going to end up in a second wall this time around. He's going to end up a long way back, slow up that dirt hill after the crashes. And Paco and Mime sit 1-2 at the moment. I said it felt like a match where a lead was about to come from nowhere. This could be the round it happens in.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 2 rounds here for Team Divergent that they got away with it, but now it seems like both have made significant mistakes. As you can see here, Huso actually with a great exit, pushing a lot, but doesn't get a good exit. But also Mime not with the best amount of speed, but now Huso is overheating and makes that mistake. So this will be the ace for Team Nemesis. Let's take a look onto the time actually from Paco here in the ending to see if he comes close to the weekend record from Mime. It's not that, it's 0.2, I mean, it's alright, but it's the ace for Team Nemesis, and let's see what it will do to the momentum of Piranha and Huso that they kind of have accumulated, Piranha in particular, with a victory already, and Huso still needs to fight the first one, right? So it's 5-2, Divergent now needing to get an ace.
Yeah, Huso still looking for him to kind of lock in this match, still looking for him to find his footing underneath him, as you say. Piranha has kind of got off to some pretty quick starts here. That was a rough round for them. They do need to find a way back into this match. On board with Huso, and that slowdown is not going to help. It's an error. It's not the end of the world. He has lost about half a second. Piranha is still up and fighting alongside. Does this time around make it through that bug slide, but a slightly slower exit than both of the other players. Does mean that he's okay. We jump on board with Piranha just in time to see Mime completely sliding out. He slides down the leaderboard, and it is Paco versus Huso for the lead as Piranha loses just a little bit of speed.
Yeah, it was Piranha with a mistake, so Huso will be joining his teammate on there, who does very nice in this sector and actually gets so much speed out of it. So it really seems like they have found a good line there. He caught up so much. Will it be enough for Piranha to overtake because he had so much speed? But I think he will slide out if he doesn't release or adjust. But good ending from Piranha, catching up 0.3 of a second in this sector. And with that draw, Team Nemesis, of course, is coming closer to the 10-point threshold in that regard. But Divergent, I mean, now they have to find the ace in one of those. And actually, they still can't get the victory, so my information was not correct in the round beforehand. And now Paco trying to explore the water a little bit further above and will not get the fastest line around, and now is 2 seconds behind.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of these draws have kind of been gentlemen's agreements, handshakes, because the times on the draws are a little bit slower. It's kind of both teams get into a draw position and say, hey, neither team is getting further ahead on this. We don't need to overpush it. But as soon as one of the teams kind of smells blood in the water, as Piranha might here with Huso just as well, they are in a draw position at the moment. The question is this the time Divergent start to really push? I mean, Piranha is gaining on Mime, gets low on the inside of that slide, but slow exit speed, maybe overcooked it just a little bit. Great exit speed though at the moment, and they are trying still to catch up to Mime.
Yeah, what a good line there from Divergent in that sector on the map. Huso and Piranha both catching up to Mime again, and it didn't look like Nemesis was was just saving it there. And also now Piranha with a mistake in the ending doesn't get it through, and that means that Paco gets promoted to 3rd position, and that is the victory and maybe the first nail to the coffin, because Divergent now 4 points behind, but really good lines on this map, trying to surprise their opponents, and this could become very important in the lower bracket match if they Okay, pulling the Paco there in this sector. I mean, it wasn't... Okay, now it's bad.
Now it's bad, yeah. I'll be honest, I saw Piranha kind of slide behind Huso at the end of that last round, but it didn't look to me like it was a mistake that was going to cause him to completely lose the line. It looked like, you know, maybe a little bit of an error, but one that cost him a couple of tenths. It ended up costing him significantly more than that.
3.4 seconds.
Yeah, 3.4 seconds plus. it looks like it's not going to have mattered. That last round unaffected. Team Nemesis would have been on 7, even if Piranha had held on for second. And Nemesis are on for an ace at the moment. Piranha looking to deny. Again, slightly different lines through this second bug slide, the reactor one. And it's giving Piranha speed. Again, catching up to Paco. Slightly lower exit speed, though, does allow Paco to stay slightly ahead through this end section. Mime gets a slowdown as well. Piranha just in front. Mime might not even make the end here. Watch for Mime to try and make this jump. Does, and Piranha snipe Paco at the front. It's a draw, and Divergent stay alive.
Divergent stay alive. Again, such a nice ending line there from Piranha, and I think they could find the ace here if they just get around through and no one of them just severely making that mistake or just severely falling behind here, as all of them now getting the start. Very good nose side there from Huso, just very, very committed to that line and finds himself a bit further behind, doesn't get the best exit speed out of it, so he is 0.2, maybe even more behind. But now we see the first blue team member falling behind. It is Mime, so now it is Huso, who's in close proximity and enough behind Paco here to make this line count. I think a lot of teams want to take a look onto this if they did not find this one already. I'm not sure what they even do there, but they just gained so much speed out of that sector.
Yeah, they're looking really good. Again, on this corner too, we've seen Piranha kind of consistently getting, this time around the line, much closer to Paco's. In fact, Piranha has lost a bit of speed out of there. Huso on the exit does clip just a little bit with the reactor. It's not the end of the world. That is, as at this point, Paco just needs to hold on to his first place all the way to the end. You can see how far behind Piranha is. Paco will cross the line in first place. Map 1 will go the way of Team Nemesis. Divergent gave them a good fight, I would say, on this map. You know, interesting lines coming in, trying to find time where they could, but the consistency and just the raw pace through the more standard turns from Nemesis really did them in.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Divergent had to go out of their comfort zone, had to overheat, and I mean, they could solely not just rely on that line where they just gained mysteriously for me. Not sure if they tapped the brake or what they did, or maybe just was a little bit of a wobble.
We'll be doing some research this evening, Turbo.
Definitely. We're going to do that after our cast for the Nebula RPG Cup, where the final is going to be on Nua Lake's channel tonight. So make sure to tune in for a 5,000 euro RPG Trackmania 2 competition coming to an end. So make sure to be there.
Yeah, I mean, for now, stay here though, because that's a few hours away, and we're getting on to Track Eye, a track that we really have not seen an awful lot of this weekend, Turbo.
Yeah, I mean, this map has definitely not been around too often, to say the least. I think that's the second time that I'm casting this map. If I recall correctly, we have seen it yesterday in the match between Tween and also his teammate, where they had the play-ins with a team which have a very long name. I think it was Spiv and Cervantes playing there?
Listen, great question. That was yesterday. I've already forgotten everything that happened yesterday, but we are getting ready to get on into Track Eye.
Or Quantum or Cervantes.
I think it was Quantum and Spiv was team. Let's hope it's not last, but it is what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Either way, Track Eye. Interesting things to look out for on this track in particular. There is that blind jump in the middle. We'll be pointing it out as we go through it. Where players will be having to swap cams. There are these ice sections towards the end as well, which are dramatic, where we will see mistakes happen, and where I'm interested to see how players handle the turnaround going back from backwards to forwards as well. And overall, interested to see how Divergent do on the track, because this is Divergent's pick. This is a map that they have chosen to put early in the rotation, and honestly, it's not looking great for them, because that's an early respawn from Huso.
Yeah, Huso quite far behind, but on the flip side, Piranha tries to hold on to the pace and currently does very well as he finds himself in the lead. And we have Mime trailing behind. Very good approach. Important to jump very far wide because you want to hold the gear and maximize the speed outcome, because now comes the blind part into play, where we're going to swap into camera 3 right now, because else you will hardly see anything. You jump to this ramp and then try to land on this ramp smoothly as well. Paco shows us why it is hard, and now we go into the turnaround sector here, where you just turn around once to go over the anti-boost and then turn around again to land smoothly into the last part of the map. Oh, it's a respawn for Paco, but I think Huso is too far away to overtake him, and it is a world record from Piranha, but not... It's a weekend record. The world record is 0.4 faster.
It is, yeah. It is still quick, though. I mean, a 58.1 is a very good time in rounds for Piranha to kick things off here, and Huso is just on the struggle bus at the back. Draw to start things off once again. I think if you're Divergent, you're maybe getting some of those flashbacks now to map 1, where you started off with those draws, where things felt okay to begin with, and then it all went sideways pretty quickly.
Yeah, it all went south very quickly, let's say the least, because it was 2-2 after after 2 rounds on the first map as well. And now it could be the same, but even more than this, because Piranha and Huso taking a commanding lead here, but there's Mime who is harassing them as well. Great approach, and we see the first mistake from Huso. Yet again, Mime jumping very far there, and you can see the speed difference if you jump very far and trying to push it. Mime so far ahead, and also Paco trying to have a say.
Yeah, Piranha following them into this hill now is overtaking Paco in that uphill, but lands so high on that jump. Paco will still be just here, right behind Piranha this entire way through. You could see Huso in the background going for that hill at the same time. But we're heading into the turnaround. The top 3 is so close. Piranha trying desperately to hold off this ace. Piranha survives. Paco gets a very awkward landing. He's going to go for the safe fin. Piranha and Mime did both finish in that order up front, and now we wait and see. Huso not able to catch up to Paco, even with the safe fin. At least Piranha holding off the ace this time around. Last time around, once the draws ended, it was ace for an Emerson. They held that lead the entire way through. It's only a 1-point gap now.
Yeah, only 1-point gap, and you really want to deny that ace at any possible cost. You know, just conceding 3 points to your opponent, that is a big toll to take. It can be punishing, and also has and will still decide matches nonetheless. And yeah, 3-2, still getting 1 point out of it. It could have been much more, also thanks to the mistake from Paco, trying to go for a very unconventional ending approach where he tried to like flip his car a little bit like different compared to the others. So let's see what he does in this round as Mime now finds himself in the lead. Great approach here, but also Piranha and Huso are not that far away. Huso this time getting the start around and finds himself the battle for first position.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so fast through that gap. We'll see where everyone is when we actually land as well, as it looked like Divergent were the quicker team by far up that hill and through that jump. They carried a lot of speed, and they have caught right back up. They are sitting both just behind Mime. They are both just in front of Paco, but it's going to be Piranha who makes the first mistake. It is Huso in first place for the moment, but Mime is going to re-overtake to the finish line. Paco is in third, and it means Huso does take second, but Piranha comes home from fourth. Close round all the way along, right up until that mistake from Piranha.
Great round from Huso, the first one that he finds on this map in round number 3, and unfortunately denying the ace, because it could have been much more for Divergent in this round if Piranha didn't make that slight mistake there, but still great effort from them. I think this will be a very nice match that comes up after, which I'm just gonna enjoy, have my meal, and just see what will be happening there, because I'm already excited, because it will probably be Divergent versus Orcs GP or Glacial Orcs after that, because I think they are going to make through. But let's not talk about that one. Let's not talk about the future. Let's talk about the present moment, because Paco and Mime with an absolute outstanding start here. Quite far ahead. Huso pushing. Very good line, and there's unfortunately a mistake from Piranha, but still on there. But now getting a bad line. I think lost the gear, went into third gear, and with that losing significant time. Paco and Mime ahead, and they will now get the ace by the looks of it. They don't need to push. Good speed from Piranha, but it will not be enough. Huso with 2 respawns, and it will be the ace. And a great time from Paco as well to close it out.
Really scary line for Paco through the kind of bobsleigh turnaround at the end there as well. As much as, you know, he made it, he survived, and it was very quick as it turns out as well. Paco has looked maybe a little bit, you know, he's throwing his car at that turnaround and just hoping for the best on the other side. Sometimes it's really quick. We did see in previous rounds he got a very awkward landing out of it and lost a lot of time as well. So my eyes are definitely going to be on Paco in the following rounds for the rest of this track as well, specifically on that turnaround, especially in these close rounds.
Yeah, I mean, this turnaround is a bit unconventional for him, but sometimes it works. But I mean, you need to make sure to find a consistent way through it, and not like if you failed it 1 out of 5 times, you should probably not go for it, right? It's really finding that consistent setup and not fall behind, still be like somewhat of the safe anchor for your team. But Paco, I mean, tends to risk even more, and also this jump, he overheated so much there. Such a direct approach onto there, and thus eating the slowdown and will not play a role. But look at the red team. It's their shot of getting that ace, but Mime is in front. Good approach, maybe a bit too wide, but it could still be 2 points for them. But now Huso with not the best approach, will not have a lot of speed for the ending, but it would still be enough to stay in front of Paco. And also look at that time from Piranha, 58.062, only 0.25 away from the world record. On a map like this where you have so many lines that will just result into such a huge speed deficit and also time deficit, this is a very good time.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff from Piranha. Only 2/10 off the online world record in that round. We said before the match, Piranha is a player that I've always felt more people should know and more people should be respecting the pace that Piranha brings to tournament play alongside the consistency. Shows again there as the 58 flat came through. This time around, much better start from Divergent, and they are now in a position where they absolutely need to get the ace. Unfortunately for them, Huso starting to fall just a little ways behind, heading into the uphill. We'll stay on board with Huso. See, does he have the speed to make this jump after that clip? And the answer is no. Unfortunately, it is Piranha fighting off 2 cars in blue up front. It's lonely at the front, especially when you need to deny a top 2 from 2 cars and there's only one of you.
Yeah, you cannot do anything here, and Mime and Paco, they just know that they can't save it, but what a way to end this map, a 0.097, and Piranha with an absolute astounding performance on this map, as I would say, because he was on top so often, really put in a lot of effort. Huso in the first 2 rounds making those mistakes, coming back in round 3, and then now in the last round, unfortunately, making that mistake as well. It's 10-6, still a close one, and Nemesis up by 2 maps.
Nemesis up by 2 maps, and honestly, they've looked comfortable, Turbo. I mean, this is the kind of Team Nemesis that a lot of people expected to see this year when it got into competition too. Was just them being a very good team, a team that looked like they were able to take it easy once they're against a team. I think I'm excited to see Nemesis potentially later in this tournament as well. I think Nemesis under pressure are a very exciting team to watch. On stage, Team Nemesis could be very exciting as well. But Divergent are not out of this tournament yet. Even if they lose this match, which 2-0 down, it starts to feel likely that that's the way that things are going to go. This is a team that is good enough still to make it to day 3.
Yeah, but for that they have to beat the likes of Tween and Demotivator, who also looked very strong. And I mean, it will be impossible to call, and I think we're gonna see a thriller at the end there. This match will be most likely, if it will be the match, which I'm 80% certain of, will be the case afterwards. But here we go, map number 3. It is Hyuma by Clear Vision, a map that has a bobsleigh theme to it with a lot of unconventional wood being utilized. I mean, just this entry into the wood and that extreme grip that you get out of it without any speed loss, very hard to clear. And then also the no grip section in the middle, where just every kilometer per hour beforehand just matters. It matters so much because the angle needs to really, it needs to fit, and else you will just having to readjust so much.
Yeah, the angle of entry important, speed on entry affecting that angle, and even just how much of the booster you manage to take on the way out, your exit speed then important as well. As Mime goes for a different start line than everyone else, and it's worked out for him as he does stay out in the lead for the moment. At the moment, it is Huso who has dropped back to 4th place, but it is a close 4th place, and there are plenty of places for clips, for slowdowns, for major mistakes over the rest of Hyuma.
Yeah, that is for sure, especially those wood transitions, and also here this sector where players sometimes opt for hole-in-one, going into the plastic hole there, but of course they don't do that on purpose. They're just pushing the absolute limit, and also here you can maximize your speed outcome by going a bit wider. Huso trying to do that, now sacrificing his speed for a very tight approach. Paco and Mime in the lead though, but there's still the ending left to be cleared. It is a very tight turn coming out of the of this sector as well, where you have the no grip attached as well, but it is a close round. Only 0.3 of a second, and Nemesis taking a commanding lead. 3-0 it is. Divergent already under pressure.
Yeah, I mean, Piranha did try at the end there. You saw the entry was slightly different. Got much tighter on the entry, got onto the wood earlier and had less distance to drive on the wood. Was trying something just to see if the overtake was possible. Don't need the overtake this time around. Paco has made a major mistake. Piranha out in front, already in front of Mime by a couple of tenths, and Mime loses the gear on the plastic as well, and so Huso catches right back up to the back of Mime and looks probably to slide past him on the exit to this ice. Good speed on the entry as well does mean that will be Huso in front of Mime. and he makes it stick as well, just about.
Yeah, how did Huzo not get penalized there? Because he clearly hit the turbine there off the turbo block, and now also gets a very good, actually bad exit there from the wood. So I was surprised that he slowed
so
down
hard
with
to
that.
tell. Yeah.
So sometimes like the wood mechanic is also still new for us, and sometimes it feels a bit it feels unpredictable, right? But they at least get the task done. They at least come 1 point closer, getting 2 points onto their accounts, but conceding 1 point to their opponents. It could have been much more, but after those kind of incidents, they can also be happy that Huzo did not completely die in this round. So it's 4-2. Nemesis 6 points away. Theoretically 2 aces it is for them, but also Paco here with a wonky start, and also Mime, as you said, losing the gear.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was just thinking there, as you said, wood, still a new mechanic. We're still getting used to it. It's welcome to Trackmania, where players who started playing professionally 6+ years ago are still new players, where wood, a mechanic that's been in the game for, must be 2 or 3 years at this point at least, is also a new mechanic. That's Piranha with an early mistake. And unfortunately, I mean, hey, that is Team Nemesis sitting 1-2. You said they were 2 aces away. It's up to Huzo to deny the first of those.
Yeah, and Huzo now releasing here to go a bit wider. We'll get a bit more speed by the looks of it, so interesting choice there, but it didn't really seem to work out, especially conceding. Yeah, well, I mean, this is not the line that you want to go for, and that will be the ace for Paco and Mime. If they can save it, they should probably see it in the checkpoints. I'm not sure how they will communicate, because they're probably not connected to voice. They're just trying to focus, but they are fine class players and they know it. And also good time, 54.915 by Mime, as the world record is also from Mime. And it's only 0.16 away, so good time for Mime here in this round. 7-2, 1 ace away. It's match point for Team Nemesis, and this could be a 4-round affair on the last map for Team Nemesis.
Yeah, I mean, definitely one of those events where you don't necessarily expect the live tournament records, the weekend record in the top left there, to necessarily beat out the online world records, because it is a noisy environment. Probably the stream can hear the music that is currently being played on main stage as well. It's a bit distracting.
It's on loop every time,
It's on loop as well, yeah. And I mean, hey.
So you guys do not hear the voices. Ooh, and also Huzo with a mistake. And just in that moment where you swap the camera, I thought for a second that Mime would make that mistake, actually. But he got it away, and there you can see how pixel perfect that approach was. Also this wood sector here. Piranha gets overtaken, gets the desert two-wheeler, but slows down. And this looks to be the end for Divergent in the upper bracket, as they will get demoted and will play against Glacial Orcs, most likely in the next match, which will be covered on the stream here as well. Mime also clipping, Piranha clipping as well, but it will be over here. Piranha could have overtaken Mime for another round, but that's it. Team Nemesis calling it a short one here, winning 10-2 here after just 4 rounds. Divergent, however, still getting 2 points across, but that's it.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting down in the lower bracket as well. I mean, you hate to say it after any match, I think Piranha played very, very well over on Team Divergent.
Especially in the first 2 maps.
Absolutely, which does mean that there is a corollary, which, we're not going to necessarily say directly, right? It does mean that potentially there is room for Divergent as a team to grow into this lower bracket, to potentially get a little bit better and to potentially really challenge for that spot in day 3 as well.
But Huzo as well, I think he had some very nice rounds to play for, and showed that he can be there.
Absolutely,
especially on map number 2.
Especially on map, I was going to say map 1, so we both had different maps
map 1 and 2,
mind,
yeah. But map 3 they definitely need to work on. But now there will be an interview with the winner from the match. It will be Paco and Import with a small interview.
Thank you, Turbo. Thank you, Nua, for that cast. I have an answer for Nua, hopefully, here, because he was talking about how Paco, he was interested to talk about more about Paco and learn more about him and how he approaches his matches and everything. And so I have the question. First question is for you, is that sometimes you seem to have highs and lows in your matches. It seems that you seem to struggle sometimes in competitions, but also you exceed really well in certain competitions as well. So if you can maybe explain to us and the viewers as well, how do you handle your mentality when you're going into competition? Because it does seem like sometimes you do kind of get in your own head.
So usually it happens at the start of the match, basically, when I'm still nervous, very shaky as well. And then after a few rounds, if I drive a good round, I get more comfortable with it and can drive very good times. And usually if I crash a lot on one map and then go right into another map, then it will reset. My mental will completely reset. So that's how I basically think about all of this.
Well, you were able to at least win this match and go through to next day to the playoffs because you have qualified. So how's that feel? How's it feel to get through the day pretty easily and then also be able to play playoffs for tomorrow?
Yeah, it feels good. And even though it was 3-0, it didn't feel easy at all for me. Especially the first map, I was kind of struggling in the first 2 rounds. But yeah, it feels amazing, and I can't wait to play tomorrow as well.
That's good that you're looking forward to tomorrow. Is there anybody that you're looking out for opponent-wise that you feel like you may have a struggle against for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think the clear favorite opponent against us is Elcon and Leicester. I saw them play yesterday as well rounds. They were insanely fast and very good pace. Also Binks and Coco are very good. And there's the other duos probably that I forgot to mention. But yeah, that's
So we'll be looking at to see if you guys get matched up with Elcon and Leicester because that draw is at the end of today. There's one more round to go before we find out who you play against tomorrow. But next question is, have you been to Comic-Con Baltics before, correct?
Yes. Yes, I have.
And like, how do you enjoy the event so far? How's it been this year compared to previous years?
It's been pretty good. However, there are less people here from Trackmania. So yeah, we're missing some people, but it's still, the community is still very awesome, and everything has been great so far, production as well.
You could tell all the Trackmania people from everybody else because all the Trackmania people just stick together. They don't really separate from each other. We're all in our little cubicle. We're even like roped off here. We have like red ropes sectioning us off from everybody else. So, you know, we're keeping Trackmania as best as possible here. But thank you so much, Paco. Congratulations for making it to the next day. That is going to be it for us here for the interview. But we have one more match before we go for the end of the day. So we have one more round, the loser bracket round 2 for Group B, and we will be back in a few short moments.
It's sunset on Friday, I'm stuck on the highway, it's been a while. I'm late to the party, you already started the sparkling wine. I need to find a spark to keep me from the dark. I'm looking for a fire start tonight to light me up. To the ground, I wasted time. These city lights, still I can't get you out my mind. I need a fire start tonight. I'm looking for a I'm down in the mirror with perfume and glitter. I'm on the way. Feels like I'm 16. Your blue eyes and ripped jeans. What can I say? As long as there's a spark to keep me from the dark.
is all that it takes to break up the trust that we made. I'm open to changing my ways this time, this time. Oh, why do I fall for it every time? I'd do anything to keep you mine. So just call my name, tell me you're never leaving, won't you stay? And I'll play your games as long as the fire doesn't fade away. Yeah, just call my name. Yeah, just call my name. Yeah, just call my name.
We're running out of options. I didn't know then, but we took every precaution. Now you're holding back, but I can hear the pain underneath your breath. I can feel the shame running through your head. I just wanna stop it. I just wanna stop it. Where do you turn when you need someone? Where do you hide when you just can't run? Where do you go when you have no home, when you have no hope? What do you do when you're losing sleep? When real life doesn't beat your dreams. I just wanna know if you feel it too. Is it me and you? All alone in a crowded room. You don't know what I've been through. I don't know your past, but I would never claim to. I try to understand all of you said that you can't take back. Making mistakes doesn't make you bad. I know that it's hard to do. Where do you turn when you need someone? Where do you hide when you just can't run? Where do you go when you have no home, when you have no hope? What do you do when you're losing sleep? When real life doesn't beat
Welcome back to Comic-Con Baltics 2025, specifically the Trackmania event that is going on there, because hey, there's a lot going on here this weekend.
Yes.
I feel like we need to specify, even if it is the channel where everyone's just been watching the Trackmania, so I think they'd know. Look, don't worry about it. Hey, we've got one more match for you today on the Saturday. This is the lower bracket of Group 2 today. One of these teams will be going through to Day 3. One of these teams will be ending their Comic-Con Baltics experience right here, right now, and by God, Creedy, is this a serious matchup to be sending one team home from?
Yeah, we already saw as well, like how Divergent went up against the adversaries of. It went good, but 3-0 still in the end. There were moments, glimpses of sheer brilliance by Piranha as well. A few moments for Huso as well, but now it's a case of do or die. Either Tween or the Motivator are not going to be here tomorrow for the games, or Huso or Piranha. It's pick and choose, basically. Chat, pick and choose.
Yeah, I mean, that is it. This is the lower bracket, and yet somehow, some way, we have ended up with Orcs GP Glacial / Orcs GP, Orcs GP Glacial, whatever you want to call them, versus Team Divergent. Oh my God, my brain just stopped for a second there. It's been a long weekend already, Creedy. It is Team Divergent. And yeah, as you said, I mean, look, myself and Turbo talked a lot about this Team Divergent squad before the last match. You know, Huso is an excellent player coming out of Turkey. He's been doing very well in kind of the Asian regionals as well for his squad that he's playing with there. Piranha is a player who I still think, you know, is a very, very strong player, as we saw in the last match, but is someone who's maybe less known to the casual Trackmania audience. True. And despite that, is a player who can perform incredibly well in competition. And then over on the other side, I mean, you've got Tween. I mean, what is there to say? He's been around for so long. He plays half the competitions that pop up as well. He does very well in them. And the Motivator, who's an excellent player, maybe the second best Polish player at this event.
Yeah, there is, like, I will say, like, the pace is there for, like, the Motivator. I've seen some of his times and in the leaderboards as well, like, absolutely wild with some of the times as well. Very up there with the likes of Mime and Binks as well. So pace is there, but it's the rounds where it does matter in the end, you know. If we took it by campaign times, you know, Mime would probably already be winning. But, you know, this is the rounds, this is the tournament, and this is what we're going into as well, you know. Just a few moments. Any predictions, any things? I think this is going to be a very equal affair, but it could be another case where it might be a 3-0, but it could be very, 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 very close.
So, super interesting thing about this match is that I think you kind of touched on it there, that like the Motivator, definitely the player, maybe a little bit behind the player that's going to make a few more mistakes for Glacial Orcs GP.
Yeah.
And over on the other side for Team Divergent, as we saw in the last match, unfortunately I think Piranha is probably going to be very quick and very consistent, and Huso is probably going to make a few more mistakes. So I'm very much looking at kind of two battles going on over the course of this match. I'm watching Tween and Piranha. I'm seeing who can come out on top in that. I'm watching Huso and the Motivator, and I'm seeing who can come out on top on that one. Now, of course, those two battles are absolutely going to interact because we've seen both Huso and the Motivator win rounds when they need to as well.
Yeah, it's a battle of positives and negatives, I would say. It's like which one will get it on top there. But as we are slowly getting into the match as well, final words from me as well. Love your chat, by the way. And we'll see how things will go.
I don't love you, chat. I don't. Okay, listen. I don't know if we're doing a good cop, bad cop routine, or if this is like, you know, different parenting styles. You're doing, you know, soft parenting, gentle parenting with chat, and I'm doing strict parenting. Chat, do your homework, or else I don't love you. We're going to get ready. We will be doing pick ban very soon for this one. We'll see what happens. I mean, it was an interesting pick ban last time around. Cosplay up first, Trackeye second in our last match as well. Of course, that was the pick for Divergent at that point, and it'll be Trackeye first pick. I mean, look, it didn't go great for them, but at the same time, it is a pick that I think is designed maybe to throw some of the other teams off their game a little bit. Lame is the second pick then for Glacial Orcs GP. They went quick on it. Huma third. Cosplay fourth, and Snack Attack, which has been slowly dropping in priority, it feels like, over the course of the play-ins, over the course of the weekend as well.
Yeah, I will say, I thought really much that the Cosplay would be much more preferred as well. I expected Trackeye to be less played, but now we can see that in the previous match it was second pick, and now it is the first map as well. And so very interesting indeed as we go into that regard. I mean, honestly, it's one of those cases where I'm happy to see Trackeye because we saw some insane rounds as well, but it can be equally as devastating in every regard. But Laum and Hume, I think, are the mainstay. Everybody loves those track to
everyone's been playing that.
So other than that, I don't know, man. We are going to get into this match in just a moment. So for the time being, it's Divergent with Piranha and Huso, and Glacial Tween the Motivator. One of these teams will not make it to tomorrow. Chat, place your bets, and hopefully if you did pick'ems, well, good luck.
Yeah, it's not feeling like a great time necessarily to be trying to figure out exactly how your pick'ems are going, because this is a tough one. It's definitely going to be a difficult call on it, and it's going to be even more difficult because we are kicking things off, of course, as we said, on Trackmania, a track that is difficult, and we were having the debate during the last match as well, Creedy. Myself and Turbo were talking about, hey, do you pick a track that you're weak on in that first three? Because both teams get at least one pick in the first three maps. Do you pick something you're weak on and try and leave your strong maps for 4 and 5? Now, I pointed out that I think there's a very obvious issue with that, which a lot of teams have run into already this weekend, which is that we have seen literally nothing but sweeps on this broadcast.
Yep.
And if you lose 3-0, it doesn't matter if your strong maps are 4 and 5 for the deciders, because you do not get to play those deciders.
Yeah, that's going to be the case, as with Trackmania especially. I feel like it's one of those tracks, if you're good on it, you're probably better off picking it right away, get that map a point away, because not many teams are very comfortable on it, I would say. But yeah, the strategy of leaving your best maps to last, I don't know, Chief. That ain't the play if I were to be in this tournament. I would take the best map I got. If I lose on it, fair play.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a better team then, to be fair. But Divergent and Glacial on your screens, the Motivator, Piranha, and Huso being the first one to be a bit too high on the quarter pipe, but it is, again, Piranha, the one to come into play, maybe snipping on the toes of the Motivator and Tween. I mean, I know Piranhas are pretty lethal in the water, but there is no water really on this track.
There is a lot of water on this track, actually.
But not on the track.
Yeah, okay, it's beside the track, absolutely. As we head on into this uphill ramp, jumping into Cam 3, just look at it, and it did look like Piranha has managed to stay in front. Tween overtakes his teammate as well, the Motivator sitting in third, back half of the track, and there's not necessarily a huge amount to separate all of them. Tween is so far to the side, he is going to lose a bit of speed on this backwards section, but has survived, and Huso is still a long way behind. Should be plenty of speed for everyone to make this risky fin, and it'll be a 1-2-3 Piranha, the Motivator, Tween. Huso sits in fourth, and it'll be a draw to kick things off on map 1.
Yeah, it's a nice way to start us off. Everybody gets an extra warm-up. As I always love to say, first round is always extra warm-up. But now we have to see if that continues as well. Huso was very much in close contention as well. We'll see if this time it will be much smoother. No, everybody this time gets it very lovely indeed. Huso still falls a bit more behind, but when I was talking to him in between the matches from the previous one, he said as well that Piranha is supposed to be the pacemaker, and Huso is there to just keep up with him, and as soon as anybody falls a bit behind, he's more than happy to snap on the heels and get somebody on the track. But we can see, as you alluded to before as well, Piranha and Tween are the ones fighting up in front, and Huso and the Motivator are the ones in the back fighting the 1v1s going across the board, and whoever gets the edge in that regard will be the one getting all the points in this case.
Yeah, heading into this backwards turnaround section. Still time to be gained and lost here. Tween is losing time here. Tween, he might be losing a lot of time. He survived, though, and that actually looks quite quick at the end. This battle at the back, though, Motivator looking for third. Nearly caught his teammate, and it's another draw. It's a significantly more dramatic draw than the first one, though.
Yeah, it's a battle between two 1v1s, but you can see it's still close for 2 draws. Yeah. I think it's going to be a very much the tale of this match as well. Unless one of them gets the upper hand here, I think we're going to see very close rounds all in all together, and we're going to see plenty of draws because I feel like if one of these teams gets the ace, that could be nail in the coffin, to be fair.
It is a match kind of setup, whereas we've been talking about, Huso and the Motivator are the consistency players who sit behind their teammates, Piranha and Tween as the pace players. It feels like a setup that is not built for aces, right? It's not a setup where I expect to see a lot of aces throughout the course of the match. Could be wrong. I mean, hey, at some point either of these teams could start pulling out ace after ace after ace. But at the moment, that does not look to be the case. It's potentially even another draw here, as at the moment, the Motivator does start to fall behind. Tween does crash, and I jinxed it into existence. It is going to be Divergent with an ace. I mean, really, it's Tween making the mistake that has led to this, and he looked shaky in the previous round, Creedy, on that bobsleigh turnaround section. He looked a little bit shaky. this time around, that prophecy, the foreshadowing has come to pass as Tween full crashed out of the map there.
Yeah, I definitely didn't set up like, oh, if one of these teams gets an ace, so it would be pretty much a nail in the coffin. Next round, Divergent gets the ace.
Yeah.
Well, what good is another ace? Well, back-to-back aces, but for Glacial instead. Now, it would be very ideal for them to get the ace here. I mean, Tween and the Moderator definitely have the base. Huso is the one that has been definitely giving us a nice camera perspective every single round. So, love to see that. We always love a good camera car. But for now, the Motivator and Tween are the ones, and it's Piranha actually falling a bit further behind. So Huso has to take a bit of the pace here, but Piranha more than happy to come back into the play here. The Motivator now falling a fair bit behind. That wasn't the best drift as well. I don't know if he's gonna fully make it. Might have to take a wider line just to make it. But Huso is the one now fumbling, and Piranha also falls off the edge there. So everything going sideways, and what happened to be a perfect ace for Divergent is only going to be coming back in return twice as well. Tween this time more than happy to take this quarter pipe cleanly as well. And the Motivator and Tween, that's the ace in the back, unless...
He has to respond. Oh, he's so far down. He's so far down. Surely it's fine.
Surely's fine.
Surely it's fine.
Where's the motor? Oh, he finished. Oh my God.
No, he did finish. He did
Oh my
finish.
God,
It got
Jesus Christ.
okay. It got spicy there at the end. It got exciting, but there was a lot of respawns coming through for Team Divergent on that one. You called for a back-to-back ace. One going the way of Glacial Orcs GP.
I'm telling you, I have the script. But
you've got the script. You're ready to go. Locked in. It's exciting. We're back to a tied game then. After 2 aces and 2 draws, the score sits at 5-5. Divergent and Glacial Orcs GP, both of them looking to start things off on the right foot. I think especially for Team Divergent, with this being their kind of trap card pick for the first 3, it feels like, because I think we've kind of settled that, it's probably not a pick where they're like, let's throw our weakest map out there for it. With the amount of 3-0s that have happened this weekend, that feels like it'd be an insane thing for a team still to be doing. So if Divergent don't pick up the win here, things definitely start to get a little bit scary for them.
Yeah, and we see at the moment with the Motivator being at the back end, this could be a very good chance for Huso and Piranha to get some points. But if there's one person you really don't want to be denied by, it is Tween. And Tween gets a perfect exit there, but Piranha, I believe, has a lot more speed. Tween gets it decent enough, but Huso, I think he has to go for the safe finish. Does he make that?
Oh, no, he does not. He does not make that.
Nope, he definitely does not make it. And I didn't know there was a finish there.
There is a finish over to there are 2 safe finishes on this map. There's one if you bail out on the ramp in the middle and you go right there into the castle. There's one on the left if you go across the slow-mo, if you decide you're not even going to make that middle ramp. And 2 safe finishes. That's a draw, Creedy.
Yeah, that's a draw indeed, because it was 6,000s between Piranha and Tween as well. And honestly, I'm flabbergasted, because it's a case of, I've always went for the risky. Yeah. I never looked to the right that there's another safe finish.
Yep. Hey, now you know. And now you can win Comic-Con Baltics 2025 with your newfound knowledge, Creedy. It might be a little late for entries, though. Maybe aim for 2026, but the maps will change. Oh, it's a disaster. Oh, that's a crash. That's
another disaster on the track. But Huso Piranha, again, chasing Tween. It's the Motivator, putting all of his eggs into the basket of Tween at the moment. Tween has been performing and keeping Glacial alive, but Piranha is hot on his steel. Oh, Huso. Oh, that's not the best line for Piranha. That's gonna be awkward. That's not gonna happen. But Tween holding his own, keeping Glacial alive, 58.2, and Piranha, well, he's so far ahead the Motivator that he can go into the safe finish, stop in front of the safe finish, and still finish. I don't even know what the Motivator is getting. A nice cool down in the pool as we're going into 7-7, keeping it alive. Track point and 1 ace could just end it all with no hesitation. Like, it could be just over like that, snap of your finger, and an ace is on the board.
Yeah, it was important to note at the end of that last round, it was important that Piranha did stay out on track, did actually finish the round, because if Piranha doesn't finish the round there, if it's only 2 finishers, it would have been a round win in favor of Glacial Orcs GP. So good job keeping the head on the shoulders, making sure that the damage was limited and getting across the line in time. We are now in a position where both teams are on track point. An ace for either team here would be huge, and with Piranha taken out of the running, things look a little bit scary for Divergent. At the moment, they sit in 3 and 4. Is there even the speed for Huso? There is not. And that does mean that it is Demotivator and Tween a long way in front of their rivals, looking to get this ace. Huso is still respawning. Piranha, the only player who could maybe make a difference here, but he's over 8/10 behind Demotivator.
Yeah, this is going to be just a clean ace, and as quickly as the 7-7 came, the ace is what decides it in the end, and Glacial takes the map pick of Divergent as well. So I think it's the first time we've actually, well, given we have 3 zeros...
It's definitely not the first time we've seen that happen.
Well, I believe, well, in that case at least, I'm trying to figure out in my head, but probably it isn't going to work like that as well. But I believe that at least it's been in the case that I think it's never been like the first map has been taken, but the other ways, then it has worked. I've never seen the red team win the first
map. Have blue team won every match so far? Is there blue side advantage? I thought we were done with League of Legends for the day.
Well, maybe it's been on the lower brackets as well, but as far as I've seen, the higher seed so far has been taking all the wins. I'm sure somebody can correct me as well in chat. Somebody smart is opening up Trackmania and be like, "Oh, Creedy, what the hell are you talking about? We've seen plenty of red side wins. It's 50-50. What the hell are you talking about?"
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, we'll see. I mean, maybe we see our first non-sweep of the day. We get ready to move on to our second track. Divergent sit 1-0 down behind Glacial Orcs GP. They need to start winning some rounds. They need to start winning some maps as well. And to be honest, Greedy, I was talking about it. I said at the start of that match, this doesn't feel like a setup that is built for aces between these two teams. I was proven entirely wrong. We got multiple draws and then 3 aces, which was what closed the map out. We'll see if things change now that we move on to Lame with that regard. Definitely some interesting things going on this track as well. Lots of reactor, lots of grass, lots of bug slides as well. And we saw Divergent with some interesting lines on this track the last time around.
Yeah, well, I'm always looking forward to this. This has produced some of the most closest rounds throughout the tournament as with the reactors and perfect sectors, especially towards this end part as well. If you can get a bit wider as well and get more speed out of these corners, you can really get a nice gap, or you can get towards the finish line and snipe somebody.
Yeah. Hey, we'll hope for it as well. We get ready for round 1 on Lame. It is up to Divergent to start the chase now. It's up to Glacial Orcs GP to carry on this momentum, keep moving through the match. The Motivator does carry his momentum. Unfortunately, he carries it all the way into the wall.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be going. It's the forward momentum is supposed to keep you going throughout the track. But again, that puts Tween in a position where he has to divide the Piranha and Huso, or at least stay in first position. Currently looking very good. We saw Tween, he did very consistent. In some of the matches, he did constantly sub 58s, 57-9s, 57-8s even. So Piranha and Huso definitely have to keep up the pace, because Tween is ever so much, with every single turn, getting further and further away from Piranha. And we can see that Man is on a mission to make sure that the team is keeping that lead alive and taking a draw out of this one. Looking good. Piranha is going for a wider line, but Huso touches the wall, and with that tight line, Tween clips the inside, meaning that Piranha will overtake and give it the victory towards Divergent. Perfectly, exactly what you want. A 58-0-0-2, but Tween was on a sub 58, so that is exactly what Divergent have to aim for.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is kind of scary. The pace was there. Tween is not going to gift you that extra little bit of time at the end of every round happening here on Lame. We'll see as we move on through it. It's Huso off to a good start this time around. Motivator looking to recover a little bit from that previous round, currently sitting at the back of the pack and losing a little bit more ground for them through those early turns.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a wobbly one for Demotivator, but he's still in the mix. He can get a lot of speed out of this part and get right back on the heels of it as well. So a few drifts then and there can definitely catch him up to the pack in front. But currently Tween is still hunting down Piranha, and Huso is right on his tail as well. So it's no margin for error here, as everybody going through the checkpoint here as well, going down here through the water section. A few slides in and there, but again Tween is just going away from it. Again, a tenth of a cap. Now probably 2/10 of a gap. Huso getting reeled in by the Motivator. This is gonna come down to the wire, and one victory to the other side. One victory for Glacial. It's 3-3 as we go into the next round.
This is a little bit more what I was expecting from map 1, you know, is kind of if one of the players in either of these two battles that we were talking about makes a mistake, then, you know, they drop to last place. You either get a draw or a round win then? Oh my lord.
Oh, we got the first corner demolishing Divergent, dividing the two teams apart there, as Glacial is now on to a possible ace, and the Motivator now up in front with his teammate as well. This is a perfect formula for them to take the ace and take a lead, and possibly into a position, if they keep on doing this, a 2-0 lead over Divergent. But yeah, and we see Piranha having a bit of a slide there as well. So it's Tween and the Motivator very much enjoying a nice gap, almost a second. Well, so far 800s there, but if they can, I don't think they really can get towards the close. I talked to some of the people as well towards the last part. You can't really get any closer unless somebody really makes a fumble.
Yeah, it's precision driving a little bit around these last couple of corners. The Motivator does make a little bit of a fumble there. Is Huso going to get close enough to catch? I don't think so. It was wide from the Motivator, but it wasn't that slow. It'll be an ace, so 1-2 for Glacial Orcs GP. They move to 6 and 3. It's a scary scoreline if you're up against anyone in this 2v2 format, because, hey, they're 1 point off track point. They're 1 point away from getting there. And a round win or an ace right now puts Glacial Orcs GP into position to take this map pretty cleanly.
Yeah, and but what did we see in the previous map? What happened when we got the first ace?
Straight ace back the other way.
Straight ace back the other way. And the first round it was victory for one win team, victory for the other team. Now we have ace for one team. Surely Divergent get the ace here, as but it's the problem is the Tween. Tween has been so consistent on this track, so it's very hard to topple that man. So at the moment they really have to just either get some victories on the board or really hope that they get the ace.
Yeah, exactly, and that's going to not help very much, as Piranha has respawned behind there. Missed entry, line was wrong, and it's in fact going to be Glacial Orcs GP moving into a 1-2, and it is a distant 1-2, not one of these close 1-2s where like, oh, anything could happen at the line. No, this is a 1.5 seconds minimum. This is safety lines towards the finish line here for Tween and the Motivator. Ooh. And it is a second ace, even in a round with a gap of nearly 2 seconds. Tween sets an incredible time of 57.7 is fast.
Yeah, that's his PB as well in the competition, so might be in the lead, but definitely not holding back. Confidence is key. You're really, so in some of those rounds you feel like you just have to go for it still, because this is the times you really want to be driving all the time, and if you can do it every single round, I mean, the Motivator is more than happy, because he had a bit of a fumble, touches the wall there, and he's looking like, Tween, can you do that time again? I really need you to do that, because we have track point right now.
Yeah, I will point out that was really close to Tween's online PB as well, never mind his weekend PB, less than half a tenth down on his personal online PB for that one. So Tween driving really well here in the venue at the moment, and we said that's difficult. It is distracting in this venue as well. We'll stay on board with this battle for the top two, because really all that matters at this point in this round is, does Tween crash?
Yeah, if Tween only has to get a minimum of second position, which he seems to be doing quite comfortably. Piranha is trying his best, but Tween is a powerhouse on this track, and I think his average must be absolutely insane on this. This is going to be another good one. Another PB, 0.7s in a row. Tween is a menace on this track and continues to be throughout the tournament with 10-4 on the board. It's Glacial 2-0 up in front, and Divergent hoping to get a reverse sweep or getting swept from the tournament.
A lot of sweeps going on in groups, and we're going to get another one, whether that is the regular sweep or the reverse sweep, I guess. Hey, technically it could end up 3-1. It just feels unlikely. It's the day of the sweeps here in the group stages for Comic-Con Baltics 2025. And it's been a little bit of a trend as well, repeated in this match, where map 1 can be quite close, and then the wind really does seem to go out of the sails of the team. If they lose a close map 1, from there things just start to fall apart a little bit. And it took a while there, maybe to kick in for Divergent on map 2, but kind of by the end there, I mean, Tween's consistency was really driving their faces into the mud.
Yeah, that's the scary part as well. You know, Tween has more lands than some people have age in this tournament as well. So it's
quite a lot of. Honestly, I'd hope so. I feel like Tween has probably been to like 30 or 40 lands in his life at least.
I don't know. It's been a very long career for him as well. And the man is still like, you know what? I can easily do this for a fair few years, and I can still do it at a high level. I mean, he's still doing this to the level that some people wish they could be. Like, Tween is just amazing to watch, and it's always a joy. And on Hyuma as well, we'll see. I do believe, at least my basket in this case is that I believe that Divergent will be taking a lot more damage on this one, because I've seen Huso and Piranha. I don't know. I believe. Oh no, they. Do you remember in the previous match how Hyuma went, or do you remember?
For Piranha and Huso?
Yeah.
Well, they lost.
I know, but how did it go in general for them?
It was okay, but I think that was definitely tail end of the match as well. I think that was map 3 once again, and I do think that, again, at that point, wind was kind of out of their sails. It no longer really felt like they were fighting for the win in that match, so I guess we'll see. I mean, an early mistake from the Motivator might be the thing they need. If Divergent can start things off with an ace this time around, I guess there's the chance that they get a little bit of spark back.
Yeah, but this is a perfect map to do so, I believe, because if we look at the times as well, I mean, the Motivator is up there as well, but I believe Uso and Piranha are honestly a lot more consistent in that regard. They are, but the Queen is pushing them. It's the menace from Glacial is still on their backs. I mean, they cannot let go. They have to just keep on going. And Tween coming in between the two and almost overtaking Piranha as well. They're neck and neck going into this final segment. It's all going to come down to this final wood turn as Uso gets stuck in the corner, but Piranha does take the position. Is the Motivator fast enough to take over the line? He does it just about there and gets a draw. It was just enough, and this is why you never give up. You go to the finish line because it can be a difference between a victory or a draw.
Yeah, I did. Look, I could have swapped to the Motivator's camera there, but I felt we all needed to feel the fear that Huso no doubt had in that moment of like, oh God, where is he? He's arriving. He's behind me, isn't he?
He's right behind me, isn't he?
Yeah, and he was right behind him, and then he was right in front of him, and from that point it ended up with the draw. Piranha very wide here, and one thing I will say, keep an eye on Piranha, and to a degree Huso as well. Both players on Divergent a lot of the time on these entries into the wood on this track end up a lot further left than a lot of their opponents.
Yeah, it's I've noticed as well, especially here as well. Sometimes you look, oh, somebody went really wide, but then they just come swooping in with the speed. Yeah, and it can be sometimes a good strat as well. If you know you're already going a bit wider, you can capitalize on that and just swing yourself back into it. But again, a mad Tween falls off. It's a speed fall. The Motivator is down, and it is the ace that Divergent have been looking for eternity. And Glacial, just one falls off, one gets stuck, and it's more than happy for Divergent to take the ace there. In the lead, I believe, for the first time in this tournament.
No, it is not for the first time.
My memory is
on both map 1 and 2, Divergent got the first lead on the track. They got a first ace on map 1, they got a round win to open things up on map 2, and from there things have gone worse. Things have gotten worse for them after that point.
But it's better now. Look at that. It's a 4-1
That was
score.
what happened on map 1 as well. It was 5-2.
True. Glacial did get a return ace in that regard, but it seems that the Divergent are really feeling a lot more comfortable on this track, and but this time we see everybody neck and neck. Nobody has had a mistake coming.
That's a mistake.
I stay corrected. It was a mistake, but now we are getting a back-to-back ace possibly. But
look at this, man.
But Uso is trying to deny the case because it could be a possibility for a 4-4. But if Uso keeps it clean, Tween and the Motivator have had some trouble in this end. So Uso could get a first position, but Uso goes always for the inside line there, and he overtakes 13 thousandths of a second, but wasn't quite enough. But still, not an ace. So Uso does do due diligence for himself and his team and keeps 5-3 ahead and keeps it going. If they get more of these points and keep their rounds going, I mean, they could get us on a round point for them and possibly not a sweep.
Possibly not a sweep for the first time. I will say that inside line on that last wood section,
scary.
It's spooky. It's so easy to clip on the inside as you enter. At the same time, we saw it very nearly worked out for Demo to catch up at the front there. I think we saw Eva pull it off earlier as well in one of those matches playing for Britney Spears at the same time. So you can just catch people, but it's such a risky entry. You have so low speed as well that if you don't absolutely nail the line, if you don't drive the shortest line possible, you are in a lot of trouble going for that.
Yeah, but you can see that, but that just shows how much leeway there is actually. You can really risk these wood sections as well, but currently all eyes are on Piranha because the roles have swapped. Uso was the one denying Tween and the Motivator. It's now Piranha doing the same for Divergent. It's literally the same order, but just the teammates have swapped and almost the same lines as well, but this time I don't think Piranha is able to really do much. It's a victory again, but Glacial is coming closer.
Yeah.
It's 6-5 on the board. You really need a victory or something to just keep Glacial away from 7 points. If you can get to, like, if it's a victory for Divergent, they get 8-6 on the board, it's perfect. At least they have some breathing room then.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, an ace is such a big swing in this format. 3 points out of nowhere. Your opponent gets nothing. That feels massive. But, as you say, Glacial have just been eating into that lead. I mean, I suppose it works, right? The name is Glacial, you know, the creeping frost is coming for Divergent. They are freezing at their keyboards right now. The pressure getting to them just a little bit. But, as you say as well, if they can get one round here, if they can re-extend that lead just a hair, maybe things go well. Maybe they can blow things wide open right now as well. Look for an ace, but Tween is looking to deny. Demo is looking to deny. Demo might even look to turn this into an ace for his team. He's so wide though, he's lost all his speed. He has a lot on exit though as well into this bobsleigh. Will re-overtake Huso through this corner, and it'll all come down to the end of the track. Tween in the lead, Piranha's lost speed, Demotivator is catching, Huso is through, but Demotivator takes third, and it'll be another round win for Glacial. That creeping frost, I warned you about it, Creedy. It's come closer. We're at a 7-7.
Yeah, we might be going to Sub-Zeros. Somebody's the tension is high and Sub-Zero is being felt. Divergent and Glacial are both on track point, and again we could have a repeat of the first track here. Oh, we see a bit of an interesting line there as well, but everybody's still keeping
Piranha.
it. Oh, Piranha still gets it. He keeps it alive. Illegal lines, but he's behind now because of that. But he can still come back. He can get a nice slide here and get good exit speed, but Huso has to avoid the ace. This is the main. Tween falls in the hole, keeps all of the momentum. It's all on Demotivator. It's been always Tween, but Demotivator now has to hold the line for Glacial. No mistakes are allowed, because if he makes a mistake, he gives the ace away and possibly the track point as well. Well, then it will be a track point, but now Demotivator, all eyes on him. Can he deny? Maybe get a draw out of this. Huso is a bit shaky. It's all gonna come down to this final wood turn. Nice on the inside, gets a lot more speed and keeps it alive and gets it. And it's a draw, 8-8. It gets ever so closer.
Yeah, this is functional overtime, Creedy, as we like to call it in the biz. Because at this point, 8-8, it won't say overtime on the scoreboard, but a round win for either team closes the map out for them. And in the case of Glacial Orcs GP, inexorable as a Glacier themselves, having crept back into this map, it would close out the match for them too. As everyone survives, it was a little bit scary looking for Tween for a second. It's a little bit scary for Huso there, flirting with airtime on the plastic, but everyone makes it through this first dissection. Back onto plastic we go into the downhill booster, and it's good speed on the exit from Huso.
Oh my god, they're literally separated by 40 thousandths of a second in that checkpoint as well. This is gonna come down all to the line here. Everybody, the Motivator gets it clipped, but still somehow is surviving. But he does fall down a bit because he has to sacrifice his line. It's all on Tween at the moment. He has to get first position, or it will be the track point for Divergent. Tween is in the lead. Piranha needs to risk this. This is all or nothing. They're going neck and neck into this final section. Tween has the better line. He's gonna go on the inside, and Piranha is out. It is a victory for Glacial, and they go through, and it means Divergent is out of the tournament, but Glacial, Piranha, that's not how you want to end it, but it's an absolute GG for the team, and it could have gone either way. Oh, what an ending that was. That's a rush and a half.
Yeah, my hands flew to my head. I saw a lot of similar things happening in the crowd, a lot of hands over mouths, drama, excitement. And I mean,
cinema, absolute cinema.
I will say, Creedy, I mean, Glacial living up to the name there as well, because how often do you see it, I feel like, in this format where one team that gets an ace and the other team doesn't get an ace, and the team without an ace wins the map? It's rare.
Yeah, it's really rare, but you can see you get the victory.
They just crept up on them. They just kept creeping up on them over and over and over. They made it to the point that they managed to pick up the win. It was stressful, but they made it through. We're not going to let Tween on camera, but we will let the Motivator on camera. We're going to throw it on over to Import for a final interview of Saturday.
No, there is no Tween on camera. It is Demotivator, because we already saw Tween the other day. So this time we need to have a new face on the other half of Orcs and Glacial on here as well. So, of course, congratulations, Demo. You have made it through to the next day. How are you feeling?
Amazing. Honestly, we knew and we respected our opponents. We knew we didn't have the easiest group today.
and we didn't want to underestimate anyone, so we just wanted to keep it calm, and honestly, everything went according to plan.
As far as for yourself, you did seem to struggle a little bit pace-wise against a lot of your opponents. Do you have anything that you feel like you're going to be able to improve on between today and tomorrow, that you're going to be able to kind of shore up that pace? Because now, with the playoffs, it's going to be a lot more difficult than what today was.
We're both aware with Twin, what is our differences in pace. So for me, I accepted where I am, and I kind of want to be that backstabber that puts the pressure. I just want to be reggy on my own pace, where others won't need to be worried about Twin. If they do mistake, I do the third place, and little by little, I think we can achieve good placement with that.
That's a good perspective to have, I feel like, to be able to kind of be shoring up whatever is happening for your team. As far as going into tomorrow, you do have a lot of difficult matches. Is there a matchup you want to avoid in the first round?
Honestly, as today, we knew there were some matchups we wanted to avoid on day one, but we kind of reflected on this, and if we cannot beat those teams today, we cannot beat them tomorrow. Same attitude tomorrow.
So he doesn't care, he just wants to play, basically, is what I'm hearing. As far as the entire tournament is concerned, obviously you guys are here to just enjoy yourselves for the most part and try your best, but is there any hope of a top 4, top 2 finish that you would like to see?
We genuinely think if we pick our best performance, we can achieve top 4.
Top 4. All right. Well, hopefully you'll be able to make that. Now, as far as that is concerned, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much, Demo. Congratulations once again. We are going to go back to Nua and Critty once more because they are going to go through the draws. That's going to be important for you. They're going to go through the playoff draws to see who is Demo and Twin going to be matching up for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank
you very much, Import. We are getting ready to go into the draw here. Unfortunately, before we get into the draw, we have a little bit of stalling to do because there is a match still going on. One of the matches today didn't end 3-0, and we did not manage to get it on stream. So, hey, it happens. But once that one finishes, we will be heading straight into the draw. Before we do, Creedy, I guess we talk a little bit about how the day has gone so far.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been, despite all of the sweeps, I think still a good day of Trackmania. There were still some of those matches that were maybe closer than a sweep would imply.
Yeah, it's definitely has been an absolute worldie of a day. I would say there have been, like you said, 3-0s across the board, but a lot of those matches, a fair few of those have been, doesn't tell the full tale, to be fair. We've had, for example, when we had Pinks and Coco going up against Tween and the Motivator as well. It was the first match was 12-12.
Yeah.
But it still ended up 3-0. Yeah. So that was basically the story of the entire thing, hopefully we get more of that tomorrow as well. But for the time being, I mean, it's been a good time. Of course, maybe we can actually go over what we have seen so far today as well.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's been a while since we had Group 1 this morning as well. Maybe remind people of the teams that got through in the upper bracket there, the teams that got through the lower bracket there as well. We said yesterday before we got into these groups that it was Group 2 that we watched today.
Yep.
Felt like the scarier group. I do think our last match there kind of maybe bore that out a little bit. That was two very good players to be sending home in the group stage still. True. But Group 1, still a lot of very strong performances today.
Yeah, well, if we can do even a bit of a wrap up in that regard. It's people who missed it out in the morning as well. For example, in Group A, as we like to call it as well, it was split of Auris and Ziren with and Blah of Leicester and Elcon. They got 2-0 in their group as well. And then it was Wild and Britney Steers. Wild with Stufs and Wizzy got 2-1, and Britney Steers with Ieva and Marcelli, they got the 2-1 in that one as well. So of course the 2-0 is the preferable type because you get sort of an extra life tomorrow in that sense. At least it is in the first round. After that, it's pretty much do or die. But at least it's you get a bit of an extra opportunity.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about the bracket format when we get to the draw as well, because it is slightly different compared to what a lot of people might be used to in terms of how it goes. It's not quite single elim, it's not quite double elim. It's a happy middle ground that works with how the broadcast also has to run and where we get space stage at Comic-Con Baltics. And it is good, as you say, there will be an extra life for the teams that started 2-0 for a little while tomorrow as well. But yeah, I'm excited about these teams coming out of Group 1. I think Nemesis starting 2-0. I'm always excited to see that team. This is Group 2, sorry, now that we're talking about it.
Yeah.
Looking at Group 2, it was Nemesis and it was Boca who came out of that upper bracket of the group, the 2-0 teams. I have been looking forward to seeing Nemesis deliver as a team in the way that everyone knows that they can. We all know that Mime and Paco are incredible players. We all know that this is a team that could take on the world and win. It just has not, in any tournament I've watched them in just yet this year, quite come together. And maybe Comic-Con Baltics is the one. Maybe this is their platform for launching into the rest of the World Tour this year, for launching into every other tournament.
Yeah, that's going to be the case as well. But I mean, there's very stiff competition.
There's some very good teams.
Yeah, because of course you have Boca with Pinks and Coco as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there was actually, I was talking to him as well. I think Wizzy mentioned as well, like Coco when he first came here as well, he's been on a bit of a off in that regard. He hasn't fully practiced everything as well in that regard. But he came in and they just had an absolute worldie of a time as well. And we have actually a result from the other match that was ongoing as well. B2 Turbo beat Appelsins 3-1. So that means, unfortunately for SRK and Bits, it is the tournament end. But B2 Turbo will be seeing tomorrow as well. So that is going to be all of that. So Team Nemesis and Boca being the 2-0, and B2 Turbo and Glacial being the 2-1 teams from their respective group. And now,
Yes.
Here we begin.
Well, okay, so let's explain what we're going to do now. All 4 of the 2-0 teams are in this bag that is currently in Creedy's hands as well. All of the 2-0 teams will be playing another team that got on 2-0 today, but you cannot play a team that was in the same group as you. So that means there will be 2 matches that these 2 teams are being drawn into. The matches will be intergroup matches after today. And then from there, one team in that bracket will move on into the upper bracket. The other one will drop into a semi-lower bracket match, not really a lower bracket match. And then they will have the chance to move on to the semi-finals on stage. So, first things first, let's get on with it. Let us draw the first of our 2-0 teams. Creedy, don't mind if I do. The first team in our 2-0 matches to be drawn is going to be Team Blah. Now, Creedy, I need you to draw a name. If that name was in the same group as Team Blah on the group stage today, then they go into the other match. Otherwise, if it's Team Nemesis or Boca, they will be up against Blah in the match tomorrow.
It is split.
Which means that they go into the other match.
They go into the other match. The same group cannot face each other.
They can't play each other.
So they're going to get an interesting opponent here. So
we are now choosing the opponents for Team Blah. The other team left remaining, either Boca or Nemesis, will be playing up against Split. Creedy, you take this one. Tell me who's playing against Blah. I'd like you to tell me who's going to be playing Team Blah in the playoffs tomorrow.
Will be playing against Boca in this case, so we have it upside down. So Pinks and Coco will be facing Elcon and Leicester. Now that is a match and a half, but Split will be getting the other team of Team Nemesis. So Auris and Siren versus Mime and Paco. Well, that's a match and a half. Well, the first one as well, because we have Elcon and Leicester versus...
Give them the bag, give them the bag. Hang on, don't put them back in.
I know we can put them back
in.
in.
No, we don't. We won't put them back in. Okay, so to be very clear for everyone in the audience here as well, it is going to be Team Blah versus Team Boca tomorrow, and it will be Team Split versus Team Nemesis, because you cannot play a team who was in the same group as you.
Yep. So, now, I believe we have been restocked.
We now have the teams that went 2-1 today. They made it through the lower bracket. They faltered a little bit. They bled a little bit on day 1, but they will still be up against each other. Some nice little crinkling. Creedy preparing for when the
we can do some ASMR.
Yeah, the esports work dries up and we need to get into ASMR work instead. So in match 1 of this lower half of the bracket, as we're going to call it, it will be Team Wild, who I keep managing to draw out of the bag. I'm just drawn to them, I guess.
We should have asked him to put like an arrow there to just tell us which way it is.
That's fine. So, looking now at Team Wild, if it is either Glacial, Orcs GP, or B2 Turbo, who are the next team out of the bag, they will be playing Team Wild tomorrow. If it is not one of those 2 teams, then we will have to figure it out after the fact. Who have you drawn for me, Creedy? It is Brittany Steers. They will not be playing Team Wild tomorrow. We have no idea yet what the matchups are going to be. Creedy, quick, give me another name. I can't bear the suspense. Who's going to be playing Team Wild in the match tomorrow? Creedy, Creedy! God, I'm gonna die.
Oh, I need
Creedy!
a snack.
Creedy! Creedy!
Let me have
Come on, man.
We have a sponsor here. I need to make it.
Sort it out.
Okay, but we have
B2 Turbo versus Team Wild tomorrow. That does mean for Brittany Steers, their opponent, also coming through the lower bracket, is going to be Glacial Orcs GP. I can see Aiva in the crowd. She does not look delighted by this fact. It'll be fine. You're going to do great. It's going to go well. With that, our bracket for tomorrow is set. It's going to be an exciting day. As said before, the teams that started 2-0 will get one extra life after the first round, so they can afford to lose a match. The teams that went 2-1 today, if they lose any matches tomorrow, they are out. And once we get to the semi-finals, it's all single elim from there, baby, because at that point, we will be on the main stage of Comic-Con Baltics 2025. Creedy, it's going to be dramatic. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of tears as well. I already see some in the crowd with the picks they got. But either way, I'm looking forward to it. As hopefully all of you had a great time with us as well, and with the little interviews in between as well, getting to know some of the faces with the names as well. And I'm just looking forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a blast. We get to go on the stage as well in the later half as well. It's going to be wild.
It's going to be fun. And for today, well, look, completed it, mate. That's the broadcast schedule. We're done. We're out of here. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us today. We'll see you all tomorrow. It'll be bright and early. Good luck, everyone, tomorrow, and we look forward to seeing you on main stage.
Woo! Love you, chat.